The moment we've all been waiting for months is here. MrBeast has finally responded to the allegations in a long interview on Oompaville's channel.
In the same video as all these other accusations, but everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true.
Now, I did manage to catch it live, and this is going to be my live review of the entire thing. But if you don't want to watch a literal 4-hour-long VOD of me reacting to it, then feel free to just check out the Tom Dark video where I go over it in a more concise manner.
A little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the shadman stuff.
Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware.
Or feel free to not watch it at all if you don't care.
MrBeast is currently on a private jet on his way to where I live in Central Texas to have a conversation with me with the intention of addressing the controversy that he has been involved in over the last few months. And I think that it is important for me to document my intentions before embarking on this risky and difficult task. I am not Scott Pelley. I am not a hard-hitting genius investigative journalist. I'm a YouTuber with a medium-sized platform. I am currently doing journalism, to be fair, but I am goofy, all right? Also, back in August, I platformed Dogpack, and out of fairness, I feel that it is important to do the same for MrBeast.
I would agree with that. That being said, Oompaville, you got to be careful here, okay? Because there's a lot of angles this could go really bad. There's a lot of angles this could go really, really bad. He really needs to ask good questions. He could be chummy with him. I'm not concerned if he's not chummy, if he's chummy or friendly to MrBeast or not. I don't care if he yells at him. I don't care if he's mean. What I care about is if he asks the right questions. What I care about is if he goes through all the information, and what I care about is pushback, okay? If he says something and MrBeast responds with a simple answer, I want to see a little bit of pushback. I want to see a little bit of elaboration. If it's a situation that is more complicated than the answer that MrBeast gives is allowing, okay? With the CoffeeZilla I don't want to hear something along the lines of, oh, well, it wasn't my wallet. That's not enough. That's not enough. There better be pushback.
MrBeast has agreed to keep an open line of communication. He'll only be here for a little bit, which is crazy because he's flying halfway across the country. And he and his team have agreed to provide us with evidence and information to give proof to claims so we can actually be as transparent here as possible. The goal of this video is not for it to please everyone or gotcha somebody. It is for this video to be a meaningful source of information. So to future me and you currently viewing, I'm sure I missed some questions, but I absolutely did my best, and I stand behind the result, maybe, and I look forward to seeing the comments and criticism. Firstly, would you be willing to put your hand on this Bible and swear?
Oh my gosh, you actually have a Bible?
I have 2 Bibles.
This is going to be 2 hours of covering for MrBeast. We'll see. I don't think so, because Oompa has been critical of him in a lot of videos, so I don't think it will be like that. He's been pretty critical of him. I'm hopeful, okay? This is not a drill. Grab the popcorn and Coke. True. This is going to be a long stream. We're going to be here all night. Let's go.
Are you being serious?
I am being serious.
Okay.
I'm swear. We're both from the South. This will be an honest video.
Oh, your laptop's blocking it.
Oh, whoops. This will be an honest video. You're a man from North Carolina. I'm from Virginia.
The Bible Belt.
The Bible Belt.
Yep.
Exactly.
I know what this means.
I like Oompaville a lot, but I don't think he can push. I think he's capable of it. We'll see. I think he's capable. Let's hold our horses for the hatred and criticism until we get through it. If Oompaville does a bad job, we'll be here to say it. If he does a good job, we'll be here to say it.
This means it's legit.
Yes.
His hand starts smoking.
Okay, there we go. Not expecting that. Okay.
This is like legal now.
It is. I can go to jail.
The first biggest question for me and a lot of people that I've spoken to over the last couple months is like, why were you so silent? Especially off the bat, like you did respond to the Ava Tyson stuff immediately, but like, you know, right after that, a bunch of other stuff came out, and Dawson's video, his first video, gained a bunch of traction. What was your reasoning for being so silent immediately?
Yeah, that's a great question to kick it off on. You actually kind of laid out the timeline there. The Ava stuff came out, and I put out that tweet. We hired the investigators to go look into it. And part of that investigation is they recommended that I not talk about drama or really do anything online because it might influence, you know, witnesses or any people they might interview or ex-employees. So it's a little unfortunate because I told them, okay, I'll wait till the investigation is over. And I believe that was literally like a week before the Dogpack video came out. And then truthfully, just in transparency, I've never done one of these like big investigations before. And in my head, it was going to last like 2 or 3 weeks. It ended up taking a couple months, apparently combing through all the documents and doing all the interviews and everything. Just took way longer than I thought because I've never had to bring in a top tier law firm and a former federal prosecutor and let him, do this really big thing. And so that kind of concluded a couple weeks ago when I put out the tweet of the follow-up.
Yeah.
Like that was the day I got the conclusion of it. And I was like, okay, in transparency, I'll throw this out. So up until that point, it was, I had told Quinn Emanuel that, to protect the integrity, I wouldn't do anything or engage in any of this drama. And then after that, yeah, like you said, a lot of stuff had come out between when the investigation started and when it ended. And I was just kind of like, whoa, I don't really know how to like hit this stuff. And I made like a little response video, but that's just kind of not my style, where I just kind of like put a lot of the information that I assume we're going to talk about here out. And it just felt weird. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I've never been in a situation where people have thrown this much stuff at me, and I definitely could have handled it better. Like, I probably should have, like, the second I could have talked, like, I don't remember the exact date, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we put that.
Additional context. More information on this was provided by MrBeast in the doc linked in the description, specifically a document from QE outlining the initial recommendation for silence. What is this? Proof document. Some form of statement, documentation, or acknowledgement from Quinn Emanuel about going through the communications of employees, including Jimmy's, to show that this did happen. Okay, so we've got a big statement here, essentially, going over this stuff. I mean, ultimately, I think that it makes sense that he would want to wait to respond till the law firm's investigation was done. I think that does make sense. At the same time, obviously that has a very negative effect in the public eye because it looks like he's guilty. It looks like he's running from it. A lot of people assume that silence means guilt. It doesn't necessarily, but, as time increases, as you get, further and further away from the initial allegation without responding, it does look worse and worse, and it looks like you're never going to respond. It looks like you have no response because you're guilty. So I'm very glad that he's doing some kind of response in this way. I think an interview is good. I really want there to be, this is a good start. Here we have this claim, and then we have a document linked to basically, try and verify it, which is good. But I would like to see a lot of documentation for some of the bigger claims made about him, rather than just the idea that the law firm didn't want him to respond at this point in time.
Report out. Probably should have done something like this right then. If I could go back in time, I would. And yeah, that's kind of like the brain dump. And then here I am.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, you answered it towards the end, but like, do you regret that, obviously?
Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would do what we're doing here, because I assume this is like the correct format. It's going to be a little bit more free-flowing and natural. And I wouldn't have wasted so much time like trying to do a response. It's just not my thing. I like so much better, or I'm assuming, we just started, but I think I'm going to like so much better being asked the questions and answer it, instead of just like sitting in a chair like this, answering it. It just feels a little more natural.
Got you. Yeah, I mean that definitely, that does line up obviously with what's happened, and it makes sense. And I definitely, I feel like
sitting in a chair answering is good. I still wish that he had just responded on his own platform instead of. I don't want to say using Oompaville, because Oompaville is obviously willing to do this, right? He gets a lot of viewership out of this. It's a huge story. But in an ideal world, I think he would respond on his own platform to his own allegations, instead of like messaging Soggy Cereal, or sorry, not messaging Soggy Cereals, but the Soggy Cereals video coming out clearly with the help of his employees behind it, which, MrBeast definitely approved that. And then on top of that, messaging commentary channels like me. I would prefer that Jimmy to be the one to respond, right, on his own accord. But if this is the best we're going to get, we're gonna work with what we have.
Before talking to you, I definitely would imagine that you would regret have not making a response early.
Oh,
right?
100%.
Like that, because that you could have just immediately, if there is information to debunk Dogpack's his first video off the bat.
Yeah, which obviously had so much disinformation in it. If anyone saw Soggy's video, or any of the newer videos now coming out, like you would see so much. So much of it. So it's unfortunate that it happened on the back end of when I said I would not talk about or address drama and things. And there's obviously should have done this sooner. Whoops. But hey, better late than never.
Yeah, better late than never for sure. Good to respond, definitely. But I think if he had responded right away, it would have just been allegation after allegation after allegation coming out. And at that point, if he responds once, then he's got to respond again and again. And it's like, why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this? So I think that this is probably the best time for him to respond, because, the allegations have slowed down in terms of intensity and in terms of the frequency that they've been coming out, right? If he had responded right after Dogpack's first video, he would have had to deal with a second video and make another debunking, and then the third video, make another debunking. So the good thing about this is it's all in one concise well, I say concise, but 2.5 hour long interview where everything's in here. And I assume the CoffeeZilla stuff is going to be talked about as well. I assume. This means Dogpack's finally going to drop part 3. It might. We'll see. I'm curious how Dogpack's going to respond to this.
Yeah. Did you think it would get this big?
No, I mean, truthfully, I thought, if you watch Soggy's video or any of these other videos that are coming out now showing all the discrepancies, I honestly thought a lot of people would find, the information proving the dishonesty earlier.
The Google?
Because a lot of this could have been, just figure out Google. A lot of this could, and now, I also have to be clear, I'm not perfect, and I'm not saying I've never done anything wrong, and you can't criticize me. There are things I deserve criticism for, and I'm sure we'll get to some of those things in here. But there are a lot of things that are just not true, and on those things, we'll just get to it throughout this because I'm sure you're gonna ask me the questions. But there's just a lot of disinformation that was easily proved wrong. The big one that videos with tens of millions of views collectively, claiming I called a guy Delaware because he committed a crime in Delaware, that is not true. His name was just Delaware. I didn't, call him Delaware to make fun of him or anything. And I'm sure you're gonna ask about it later, but there's.
That is true, but one thing that I'm curious about in this interview is if they're going to go into the history of how Chris Tyson was seemingly friends with Delaware before Delaware was hired. Because the way that Soggy framed it was MrBeast went to a Best Buy and just hired a random guy, right? Just hired a random guy onto the team, and that isn't really the case. It doesn't mean that Jimmy knew him, but Chris Tyson did have a history with Delaware. I believe they worked together at that Best Buy based on the Gamer from Mars video that provided some information there. So I would like to see something, a response here that's a little more than, oh, just a random dude, Vestrix for 5. Do you think Dogpack's watching this in a dark room with his hoodie on while raging inside or in fear? I don't know how he feels about it. I mean, it's going to depend on how good the response is the thing. If it's a bad response, he's going to be rubbing his hands together. If it's good, he's going to have a hard time. And I think his subsequent video, if he does one, is going to get fucking destroyed. But we'll just have to see, really. We'll just have to see. This might be the end of the drama. It might be the start of a new arc, boys. You never know. You never know how it's going to go. You never know.
Literally, he was in a video before I hired him working at Best Buy wearing a name tag that said Delaware. And that was public information. And anyone could have saw that. Even during when that was getting shared a lot a couple months ago, I even sent that to a couple of YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. That was just his name, and here's proof. And I guess I probably shouldn't say the name of the creators, but one of them literally just said to me, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true, or I don't.
Really? What? Really? Who the fuck is that? That person's someone he knew? I mean, look, I'll take responsibility for not looking further into it and just watching Dogpack's video and being like, oh, that's really fucked up, because it seemed somewhat dead to rights. I'll take responsibility for that, for sure. But MrBeast messaged someone the info, and the guy said, I won't talk about it because everyone hates you? What cowardly scumbag is this? The situation got too confusing? Well, prepare. Prepare to have it unraveled or re-raveled. Who knows?
I don't want to take the video down because then people are going to think I'm controlled opposition. I was like, whoa. And then also that same photo, are you going to throw some things on the screen for them?
Definitely.
Yeah, so throw it on the screen. That same photo, right after that second Dogpack video, started to get traction on Reddit and saying hey, this is a lie. Jimmy didn't call him Delaware to make fun of him, committing a crime in Delaware. That's just his name. And it got taken down by the mods on r/YouTube drama.
No, he's calling out r/YouTube drama. Let's fucking go. Yes. Okay. I don't know if that's true. Being a little bit too giddy here, but that subreddit is full of some of the most sycophantic freaks I've ever seen on YouTube, or on Reddit rather. Even by Reddit standards, it's bad. So, dude. Let's go. It got taken. The evidence taken down by the mods. They censored it. Their hate voters for MrBeast are crazy. Dude, YouTube drama is going to have a fucking meltdown over this. I cannot wait to see the post after this, okay? It is going to be fire. It is going to be awesome, dude. Reddit is over. Reddit is fucking over.
I realized, anytime there's a post proving, that I'm not evil, they were taking it down. So it was a little unfortunate too, because I wasn't saying anything. And then on Reddit, anytime something was proving that I wasn't evil or, contrarian to what everyone was saying, they were suppressing it or censoring it, not trying to sound extreme.
So you're saying it's like a echo chamber, which, I mean, Reddit, r/YouTube drama is.
Yeah, I know, but it's unfortunate when there's a post with 10,000 upvotes claiming something false about you. And then.
Right. And then that post gets cited in YouTube videos after YouTube videos on YouTube that are commentary videos that don't question it. It's just like a snake eating itself of misinformation, basically. And to be clear, maybe this is not true. Maybe this post didn't get removed. I don't know what the case is here, but that is, you know, very, very possible. That is very possible. It's crazy that the biggest YouTuber of all time, the biggest YouTuber literally ever, is mentioning this. Have there been any YouTube drama posts about this yet? Let's see. Looks like they haven't gotten there yet. The latest posts are just announcing that the response is out, but it hasn't gone over it. I'm curious if that claim is going to be verified somewhere, because that's that's pretty bad if they did that. That's pretty fucking bad if they did that, dude. I think that shows clear bias. Okay.
Then everyone, then a couple people are like, wait, that's not true. Here's proof. And then they delete it every time. So then everyone's like, okay, well, then that must be true, because they're also deleting the comments on that post that prove it's not. So then then it's just like, now, you know, again, I'm not trying to sound extreme, but it's just like, oh, you're censoring information. And then that paired with other YouTubers, when I would call them and share it with them, they'd just be like, well, I don't want to be a MrBeast Glazer, so I don't really... They wouldn't say it this direct, but they would just essentially say, like, I don't really care if it's true or not. I'm just going to say what other people say. Like, sorry.
Oh! Do you have evidence of, like, people, there being posts that existed and then didn't exist on Reddit that got...
of course. Yeah, okay, I can send you...
Yeah, if you'd send me...
Evidence is linked in the document. Oh, so it's in here? Hold on. So it's going to be this one, right? Reddit. It's not in here. Fair trade certified brands. Which one is it in? Where am I supposed to be looking here? Oh, wait. Here we go. We got images. Do you have any examples of r/YouTube drama censoring and deleting positive posts about MrBeast and negative posts about his detractors? Here are tweets from people who are not me making these claims. Let's see here. Drama alert. YouTube drama subreddit caught censoring people defending MrBeast. Details. First, it was falsely accusing James Warren of domestic violence and animal abuse. Then it was falsely reporting on a fake Lunchley recall. Now the alleged CP shared in a group chat wasn't in fact CP. Dogpacker and Rosanna have shown time and time again to prioritize immediate action and clout over any serious fact-checking or journalistic integrity. I'm amazed anybody takes them seriously. Comment and post removed for misinformation. The video was to prove that MrBeast did know, not to prove Ava posted CP. This was just stuff shared in the work Telegram server. What a cope. The video was to prove that MrBeast did know, not to prove Ava posted CP. Yeah, but the point of them proving that Ava posted CP is to prove that MrBeast knew that Ava was a fucking pedophile. It's not misinformation, you retard. It's just an opinion you don't like. These mods are crazy. Breaking Dogpack can't take personal responsibility because other people were talking about a different person in the chat a year ago. The mods will handle this post. Oh, shit. Damn, bro. This part of the video made me lose faith in Dogpack. This drama has been posted within the subreddit before. Well, I guess this one might be a fine removal if it was already posted. They don't want duplicates, I guess. Does this video hold any weight? This post was removed due to a lack of context. Please provide a description of the drama and people involved before reposting. Contact mods with any questions. Lack of context. So they're saying it just doesn't have enough of a description here? As if the people on the subreddit don't already know what's going on and understand the context. YouTuber Rosanna Pansino smokes marijuana grown from father's ashes as she fulfills his dying wish. This drama has been posted within the subreddit before. We've removed it. This isn't drama. This is weird. The same people that are removing this post because it's weird and quote unquote not drama are leaving a post up about me saying that I am going after Hassan because he criticized Asmongold. Okay, this actually happened. There was a video I made on the Tom Dark channel, and the video was going over the whole Hassan and Asmongold drama where Asmongold said something crazy, and I was like, oh, that's crazy. What about what all the crazy shit Hassan has said? And the framing of the post was Turkey Tom defends Asmongold against Hassan Piker, who's trying to get him out of his chud ways. And they left that post up, and it got thousands of upvotes. Genuine question to the people who hate MrBeast with such a passion. Why? This is not drama. This is drama. What do you mean? This is literally drama. Soggy Cereal and Dogpack. Locked post. It's been removed. Keep all discussions within the related mega thread. Use the search bar. Well, this seems like a fair removal, probably. MrBeast responded on a Timeworks video calling Dogpack a liar. Well, these ones aren't that. This one isn't that bad. Should we still trust Rosanna Pansino? This is not drama. How is this not drama? How is it not drama to question if you can trust Rosanna Pansino? How is that not drama? Why was this post deleted? Comment removed by moderator. This comment's been removed due to trolling. Even then, Soggy calls out stuff MrBeast is doing, one of which is a crypto scam. Due to trolling. MrBeast allegations that seemingly have no evidence. Comment and post removed for misinformation. What misinformation? Just pointing out the lack of evidence. Update from Dogpack about the alleged CP on the MrBeast Telegram chat logs. So here's Dogpack posting an update where he has to walk back the fact that there wasn't actually CP in it. This person says, this video was to prove that MrBeast did know, not to prove Ava posted CP. This is just stuff shared in the work Telegram server. They literally said it was child. In the video, Dogpack literally says they're posting CP and that's disgusting, and it wasn't actually CP. This moderator is fucking retarded, or this mod team is retarded, rather. All right, back to the response. I think we got our verification on that one.
anything.
You could throw it up on screen. I mean, that's not like a conspiracy theory. That's
of course,
yeah.
Just, you know,
we can find quite a few.
I'm not that good at using Google. So
yeah.
I'll need you to help me with that. Yeah, so to circle back to the Quinn Emanuel investigation, the big thing on the internet, on Twitter specifically, was that you found yourself to be innocent. Of course, you paid a law firm to find yourself innocent.
I saw those memes, yeah.
That was the big meme. How would you respond to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Yeah. So first off, to just set the foundation, I think a lot of people are saying, oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation, found himself, they didn't find any wrongdoing, which is also not true, which I assume we'll go into that more later. They did find some wrongdoing, just not in regards to like the serious Ava allegation. So that's a, false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation. It was an external investigation, which was clearly laid out in the things we showed.
Yeah, a third-party investigation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it is
This was one of the most confusing things, and I think just showed like a lack of understanding for people who watched it, because they were like, Mr. Beast investigated himself and found himself not guilty. But that's not what happened. They hired a third-party law firm to do it. And people were like, well, why isn't the FBI investigating Mr. Beast? He should be getting the FBI. So you expect him to say to the FBI, hey, FBI, people on the internet are saying I committed crimes. Can you come investigate me? They're not going to do that. The FBI needs a reason to do that, right? There's a standard of evidence. There's a standard of reasonable suspicion that they need to follow before they're able to investigate someone. So the idea that he investigated himself is not really the case. He hired a law firm to do it to prove there wasn't any legal wrongdoing, right? That was the point of the law firm.
a little bit of a a lot of people I saw were saying like, well, you paid them. And it's like, well, yeah, top tier lawyers and federal prosecutors don't work for free. So I have to pay them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know how to debunk that one. I mean, it just is what it is. But yeah, we hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top law firms in the world. Like, I mean, it was very expensive, but I intentionally picked them because they have a reputation and they're not just going to destroy their entire business to be biased towards me, you know what I mean? And then it was led by a former federal prosecutor who did the whole thing. I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, they did tons of interviews. I mean, transparent. They even like scanned my phone, dug through. Like they have messages I sent to my girlfriend, and I'm like, why is this even relevant? And they're like, I mean, if you want a thorough one and you want us to like be confident in what we're saying, we need to see everything. Like they went pretty hardcore on it, which is why it ended up taking a couple of months. Because truthfully, when I started this process, I didn't realize like how intense it was. But I gave them the reins to everything, and yeah, it took longer than I thought. But I don't know. I mean, is there any like how else do I prove it besides? I mean, I think another thing that missing context people don't have is like, if they found anything illegal, they are obligated to report it to the police. Like this like that's how these things work when they do these investigations. It's not like they could be like, hey Jimmy,
right? Or else they're covering it up, right? I mean, I guess if you want to get really conspiratorial, you can be like, well, this law firm is covering it up so they can get money from him in the future. But it's like, if they find something illegal, going on here, they're still on the hook to pay them, right? Mr. Beast is still on the hook to pay these guys, even if they do find something illegal. So realistically speaking, that conspiracy is kind of just, it's in your head. You need evidence to prove that theory, if that is what you believe.
We found this illegal thing.
His mini beast was seen by feds. Dude, the feds saw his cock. We need to ask the feds the cock size. Well, actually, not the feds. It was this law firm. Hey, Quinn Emanuel, how big is Mr. Beast's dick? Tell me now.
We'll just sweep it under the rug.
But it's all right because you paid us.
Yeah, so it's just in every way. I just don't think people understand. Like it's, it was obviously Quinn Emanuel. That's why we paid them, and it was pretty thorough. And
so I mean, those are two things that make sense, right? We just covered two back-to-back things that make sense. A, you waited a long time for the investigation, and B, you paid like a very reputable law firm, whatever, to investigate. Both of those things make sense logically from your perspective, but also optically from the outside looking in. For people who are just seeing the allegations, they're like, oh, this guy looks guilty. Yeah. He's building this big sort of law team, and he's not responding, and he's like it. So it's kind of bizarre and unfortunate because like it does make sense. Like from a logical perspective.
I mean, because there's two things I could do. I could do an internal investigation.
Yeah.
But that's dumb
great idea.
because I don't want to audit myself.
Let your mom do it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll let my mom do it. Or I could do an external one. That's what we did. And again, it's like, because I didn't have control over it, obviously, if I did, I would have been like, bro, do this in 2 weeks so I can get this out there. Like, I didn't want it to take months, but I mean, that's part of an external investigation. You don't have control over it.
Now, would you consider, so you obviously regret the remaining silent, would you consider that the third-party investigation as a whole, in looking back, would that have been, would you say that's a mistake?
No, I just think I would push back on, like, do I really have to be silent? Like, can I just, like, do this thing, like, go clap back on some of these things? But, like, some of these things, people were apparently talking to ex-employees or whatever. And so it just gets muddy because I really didn't want the integrity of the investigation to, like, be in question or anything. So I was, like, super paranoid where I was like, okay, this is what they said. I don't want to push back or anything. But, yeah, obviously, in hindsight, like, I mean, a lot of these things that were just blatantly lies. Like, if I just clap back instantly, people were just like, okay, cool, and moved on.
Would you consider making some details of the investigation that have yet to be seen public? Obviously, there's like a level of confidentiality that is required legally.
Exactly. Yeah.
But like, is there anything?
Well, that's the thing. Like, what we put out as much as we could, but I mean, obviously, they did dozens of interviews, including alleged people who were victims, and I mean. Like I said, my message with my girlfriend, like they gathered a lot. So I don't really think I can. I mean, there's a lot of sensitive data and information in there.
What about like a just to back up your claims to their
but things on like how like they did it independently and they weren't biased. Like that side. I mean, I don't really know what people would want to see, but yeah, I mean, we can figure it out.
Just from what I know about like.
At the end of the day, if you want to question the integrity of the investigation by the law firm, then you need to build a case that the law firm themselves are corrupt and are full of shit, right? That's really all you can do. You need to build a case that the law firm themselves have a history of covering for people and have been punished for it, or there's been serious allegations that are somewhat verified in regards to that. And that's how you would be able to question the integrity of the entire investigation. If you don't have that, then it's all over. Next product will be Beast Pills to enlarge your Jimmy. True. When you're Mr. Beast, they let you investigate yourself. Based.
Retainer contracts with lawyers and working with, third-party investigations, things like, which I don't have any experience with anything that big, obviously.
Yeah.
But maintaining a level of compliance, like, I mean, if there's like a retainer contract, something showing that, you shouldn't.
Now, this is where I'm ignorant. Like, I don't even know really what a retainer contract is. But
yeah, I mean, like
if there's any way I could, of course.
Like you're
Let's see here. They said that there's a little blurb. More information was provided in the doc. Let's see the part of the doc that's going to be relevant to this. Some form of statement, documentation, or acknowledgement from Quinn Emanuel about going through the communication of employees, including Jimmy's, show that this did happen. Well, this is the statement we already saw where they said that they went through. Quinn Emanuel conducted 39 interviews of current and former employees, over 4.5 million documents collected from mobile phones, emails, telegrams, discords. WhatsApp and Slack were processed and reviewed. Now, a lot of people, when they saw 4.5 million documents, they were saying that's impossible. When they say documents, that doesn't necessarily mean like a super dense Word document like this. It could just mean a picture. It could just mean like a screenshot of a message. It could mean something like that, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going through 4.5 million essays like this that are just all typed out here, right? That's not what that means, basically.
Like, I don't even know really what a retainer contract is, but
I mean, like
if there's any way I could, of course.
Like your third party saying, Jimmy, don't talk. Like, just basically giving credence to what you're saying, even more so. More evidence of what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, that would be something I'd have to like go talk to the team on. But,
yeah.
I mean,
that would help
if that's something where people desperately want transparency, I mean, we can figure something out.
Yeah, I that would just help me. I'm not sure if people, honestly, I don't know if people would give a fuck.
Yeah, but, I don't know either.
I would appreciate
because if people are like, we think Quinn Emanuel's biased, like even no matter what I show them, if they think a top tier law firm would willingly potentially tank their rep for me, like I don't know if there's anything that's ever
it's
going to
foolish,
convince them.
Right?
Yeah,
it is foolish, and it makes sense. But once again, it's like optically, there is a very easy, lowest common denominator way to look at stuff.
Yeah. And also, what I would say to those people is I'm here, so it's not like I'm like maybe that argument would work if I just never did anything, but I'm here, so
in the lion's den.
Yes, controlled opposition towards me. Hey, also, I'd love to say I don't know if he's posting this chronologically or whatnot.
V47 says Bulger, Bulgier. True. This is the biggest interview of Umaville's life. He's going to be a bit nervous. I would be nervous as shit doing this, dude. I'm glad he's pushing back. I'm glad too. I'm glad he's questioning him. He's not just taking everything at face value. I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people are going to be mad about the idea that he's not screaming at Mr. Beast, but end of the day, if he starts screaming at him, he's not going to get any answers because Mr. Beast is going to be like, I'm just going to leave. So he's got to be somewhat candid here to be able to get any answer out of him, right?
But I mean, he also did interview Dogpack multiple times, so it's because I could have done this with anyone, but I think this one makes sense because you've literally had the other side on here. So
yeah, and also to be clear as well, I have not signed like an NDA or
fuck.
I mean, there's genuinely nothing that's been signed. You haven't given me $1 million.
No. Hey, you should say I haven't given you a penny.
A penny. Okay,
yeah. You gave me 999.
Nothing. You've given me nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually it's kind of interesting. It really is interesting. This is a bold move. I would consider. It's quite a bold move.
And
if there was an NDA, I would be questioning what the fuck is going on. Like if there was an NDA, I would be like, this is actually disturbing. You know, like what is he not allowed to talk about? But the fact that there's no NDA. I would assume he's not getting paid for it, obviously. That goes without saying. But the fact there's no NDA and he can ask any question he wants and he has full rights to release the footage in whatever form he wants, that's very good. That's very, very good. Umbaville's, he's kind of cooking here so far, but we're only 15 minutes in. We haven't gotten to the real allegations yet. Why no NDA? Well, it's a show of goodwill. It shows that he's willing to talk about things that could potentially make him look bad, right? He's not hiding from any particular allegation. An NDA for an interview like this would be very, very strange. You're right, Dickers.
It's even more bold because I'm never vulnerable on camera, and like
it's from a lot of perspectives. It is quite bold, and it's not like I haven't been critical. I feel like I've been fairly critical. I feel, and it, like talking to you, I feel bad. You know, obviously because I'm a person. There's different levels to how much you care about shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is. If there were a testament, it would be that would be a testament to this being being a meaningful source of information. This video, I feel like. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you. This is definitely outside my comfort zone, but I think it's important.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's kind of past like the main initial allegations. We can move on to sort of corporate culture and HR practices. That's been a big sort of point that a lot of critics have hammered home.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're just getting right into the hard-hitting stuff.
Hell yeah. So there have been a lot of questions about your workplace culture, such as a lack of diversity or also HR problems.
Yeah.
What, if anything, have you done to address these concerns? How have you handled it since?
This is in regards to, like, I guess, James Warren, LaQuia Hill. On top of that, just general allegations that the workplace culture has been bad in regards to, like, the Amazon show. I'm really curious if he's going to talk about the Amazon show here. Amazon show is one of the biggest unaddressed things here in this that could be in this interview, right? Whether or not the Amazon show allegations are true, with all the testimony coming out in, like, New York Times and stuff like that. That would be really important.
Information came out, and how do you plan?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by lack of diversity. I was kind of confused by that.
On handling it in the future.
Okay, so we'll start with the diversity one.
I guess maybe they're talking about the fact that Dogpack was kind of implying that Mr. Beast hates women and treats women poorly.
If I forget the HR one, just bring it up when I finish that one. Diversity, I have seen a lot of people mention that about our company, which, I mean, that one's just not even true. Like, I mean, Feastables, for example, a couple months old, but like, almost 70% of our company is women. We actually, because we do dub studios around the world, now zooming out of Feastables over to content, I mean, we actually have pretty crazy amount of diversity in our company. So because, we have 400 people that work for me. It's not just me and the boys on the camera, which is the 5 you see. So that one, the few people have claimed that, like, they don't have any data to back it up. So I guess I probably should have brought some data here. I don't want to just say percentages off the top of my head.
If you have, I'm sure you've got some kind of
but I really, that one I just don't think is rooted in anything. And then what was the second part?
HR, yeah. How have you handled HR problems? What HR problems?
Oh yeah, so that one.
Yeah, there was a situation where at one point Jimmy's mom Sue was the head of HR, and that seemed like a big conflict of interest. So I'll be glad to see if there's some kind of good response there, because I feel like your mom should not be the head of HR for your company, probably. Seems like kind of a conflict of interest, because if a problem's being brought to her, she could have kind of a bias where she's going to be like, well, it's Jimmy, he's a good guy, I'm not going to take any action against him or his friends because I like them, So that seems like kind of a conflict of interest. So I would hope that she's not the head of HR whatsoever, or hasn't been in a long time.
I mean, it's a little bit of a general question, but yeah, I mean, obviously, in general, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of things about, HR stuff in my company. And I think one thing people don't have is just the context. Like, I think they think my channel is just like 5 people or 10 people or 20, whatever. Like they don't realize the size of it. Like specifically because our videos have gotten so big. I mean, I'm going to give a little range because depending on how many people we've hired in the last month, it's somewhere between like 250 or 300 people work at my production company, you know? So this is a big company. There's a lot of people. And then on top of that, when we do like bigger videos where we need to build big sets or whatever, sometimes we bring in hundreds of contractors. So there's a lot of people that work here. And like, I just want to blanketly say, like, companies at this size, like, you know, you can't ever guarantee that every interaction everyone's going to have is always going to be positive with each other. You know what I mean? That's just impossible. So I want to start off by just saying that because I don't want people to watch this and then like a year from now, like hear some rumor and be like, oh, Jimmy didn't learn. Like any company.
That's very true. I think the biggest and the most important thing is how it's handled. Like how are these situations where you have issues within this company? How is that handled, you know? Because realistically, he's right. If you have hundreds of people working in one place, or you should have hundreds of people in one place at all, one of them might try to rip another one. One of them might grab another one's ass. One of them might act weird to one of their interns, right? That might happen. The important part is how the company handles that internally and how they deal with that kind of situation, right? You can't control everyone and prevent everything from happening, but you can control your response and how you deal with that.
Company of this size, there's always going to be some problem someone has. Now, having said that, I'm not trying to use it as like a blanket of like, see, and shield myself.
Okay, Shinji in chat, you fucking retard, says, man hired a firm to investigate his own firm. No real police intervention. Yeah, the police, you can't just call the police and say, investigate me. They need a reason to investigate you. They need to believe that a crime has occurred. And when you hire a law firm to investigate you, the law firm, okay, their entire reputation rests on the idea that their investigation is good and that they've done good investigations in the past. If the law firm finds something illegal and they don't report it, then they are going to go to fucking jail. They're going to get charged. Okay? So Shinji, okay, you fucking 10-year-old in my chat, start drinking Alpha Brain or something, okay? Get your IQ up. I need proof to doubt their facts. Yes, you need proof to doubt someone. Yes, actually, you need reasonable doubt. You have no reasonable doubt. You just have, oh, it feels weird. Oh, it actually feels kind of weird. Dogpack and Rosanna claiming they found shared CP in chat, suggesting there was more CP and not reporting it to the NCMEC tip line is fucked. That always bothered me. Well, they did support it to, they did report it to the FBI according to them, right? Which technically anyone can report anyone to the FBI, but I believe they did. I believe they did do that. One guy, dude, I'm one-guying everyone right now. I'm one-guying everyone.
There are two things that are like someone in my position who runs a company like this is in control of. One is, you know, making sure we're not fostering anything inappropriate and, you know, allowing it. And then two, when it inevitably happens, because it just will in a company my size. And I'm trying to be transparent here. Like it's, you know, how do you respond to it? And then and the making sure you're not fostering it. Part of Quinn Emanuel, when we had them do their investigation, is I had them look at every system in my company. I had them talk to my employees and see if there's anything they could bring to Quinn Emanuel's attention that they could make me aware of. And I think it was in the report, is like we established an anonymous hotline because Quinn Emanuel was showing me data that sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking to HR or their boss, and if you have an anonymous hotline that goes to someone outside the company that can hear a complaint and then beam it into you without disclosing who it was, you'll get more honest feedback, because there's
right, because that person is no longer in fear of retaliation from inside the company from other people who may not like them for what they said, right? So an anonymous hotline is definitely a good thing to have. I think that makes sense to me.
So they showed us a lot of things like that. Also, making sure we're not fostering it. I think it's also in there as well. We leveled up our C-suite, because I've had a lot of people that have grown with me, but like me, they've never ran a company that has hundreds of employees before. So I actually just hired a couple people who have worked on Fortune 500 companies who have actually ran companies of this size before. And so, they've shown me lots of things that bigger companies do that obviously I'm just ignorant on because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I spent my life staring at retention charts and CTR, not how to structure a business. So just that's phase one, is making sure you're not fostering, a culture that supports that stuff. And then inevitably, like I said, you can't ever guarantee when you're working with hundreds of people full time.
So I saw in the document here, this is a screenshot of the anonymous tip line with Compliance Hub, MrBeast here. It says, this is essentially just a screenshot of the service they use to be able to anonymously complain about whatever's going on here within the company, to file a complaint with your superior or something like that, right? That's essentially the point of this screenshot here, right? What about the scams he did with crypto? That's illegal and gives reasonable evidence to investigate, low bro. To be clear, there's no evidence that anything illegal happened there. But As far as the police, I mean, if the police investigate them, the police investigate them. If they don't, they don't. We have to, that remains to be seen. With the crypto thing, that does seem really fucking shady. I'll say that. And I'd really like to see a response here. And a response of just, it wasn't my wallet isn't going to be enough. There needs to be more in here. Yeah, I turned chat off of sub-only mode, so there's going to be a lot more retailers. Just prepare yourselves.
And then when you add part-time people, potentially over 1,000 sometimes, you just got to make sure if there are issues that, actual real issues, like if someone complains because someone peed on a toilet seat, like right. I'm not, oh well. But if there's an actual serious issue, then, we'll bring in professionals who experience and, getting down to it, interview them, gather the information. I'll recuse myself. I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. And then, those experts who are experienced in handling those things, they'll tell me how to handle it. If they tell me to fire someone, I fire them. If they tell me to whatever, I'll do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the one who makes those decisions. So, and transparency, that's kind of,
So I think this is one where a lot of YouTubers, people who have covered this type of thing, don't really understand that HR is a real living and breathing organism in business, and if you don't maintain it, it can become a problem for a normal business. But when your business is someone like you whose reputation is on the line, I also have a bunch of businesses. I've got 60 employees, and we have an HR department. And something happens once a month where someone gets an anonymous report, and then we have to solve that problem, and then we actually
you're evil.
Yeah, and that's how it feels sometimes. Yeah. But I'm not involved, obviously, in that stuff, and my YouTube side is very compartmentalized. So the way that I do that, it makes sense to me. I want to be as detached as much as possible from the day-to-day operations of the actual business. You're saying you're running the company. Is there a world in which what is your job title? Is there a world in which you step back and you are just not an actor necessarily, but you're the guy, you're Mr. Beast, and you let the business be operated by an entity to where you can stand beside it essentially instead of being at the head of it?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's my channel. It's my company. So I wouldn't take it that far. I think the big thing is just bringing in people who have actually ran a company at this size before, because eventually I will be more educated and knowledgeable. Every day I'm learning more on how to properly run a company with hundreds of people and better do it. But I'm still very ignorant. I probably crossed 100 employees 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago, but it's still just growing. So because across everything, if you include Feastables and ViewStats, we have over 400 employees. It's a learning thing. But that's the thing. While I'm learning, I need to bring in people who have been there and learn from them.
Yeah, because there's no replacement for just experience, right?
Exactly.
You can be as smart as anybody, but if you haven't been able to go through the things you've gone through and things just personally that I know that I've gone through and learned from business, it's not possible to know. It's not possible to know how to react to those things, or that's why I sort of try to do my best to compartmentalize my business. Obviously, different beast than what you're operating, but it just it's just it's difficult, and it does make sense. And you've used the word ignorant a couple times. I'd be interested to see how changes are made after this, which you've already made a lot of changes. Obviously, the anonymous reporting is the biggest one for HR. Yeah, that's been a repeat.
And it's that's one of those things where it's not I was we don't need. I just didn't know. I never seen the data they showed me, and if any other people have this kind of stuff, I'm always open to learning.
Of course, yeah. And I think the most important thing too is at the end of the day, you've got the most to gain from all this.
Exactly. I want my employees happy. I gain nothing out of them not being happy. It hurts me. It's I have a monetarily incentivization to do this kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I feel the criticism of entities like yours and even mine, with truth, obviously, and logic, and there's a real basis of rationale that makes sense, that's centered in reality. Yeah. I feel that's super important because once again, you have.
Uberville's so nervous. Honestly, he doesn't seem that nervous to me. This is how he talks in real life, from what I've seen. But if he is nervous, would you not be nervous to be interviewing the biggest YouTuber in the world with all these allegations about him? Wouldn't you not be nervous to, not fuck that up? I'd be pretty nervous about that.
Have so much to gain, and you spend less, you make a little bit less money, but your employees are substantially happier, and they feel safer or just more confident in you as their leader or their boss. So it's it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how all this kind of goes from here after this point, especially.
Yeah,
because this is a big moment.
I know the interview, the day of the interview.
But that makes sense though. I mean, and like I don't want to continuously interject my own business experience, but I think it does set me apart from other YouTubers who are involved in this, in that I do have business experience. From it's sort of the same thing. I just fell into running actual businesses and having to do payroll and HR, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
I had no idea any of this stuff existed, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get fucked. Your mom was previously head of your HR department. And some people have criticized that as a conflict of interest. Did you personally at the time even consider that? And do you now also acknowledge that that is a conflict of interest?
Oh, I agree. That's a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I do think context matters though, because like this is where a lot of these things that I assume we're going to talk about is like people conflate current MrBeast with 400 employees and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
You're welcome.
With
Let me die.
MrBeast when he's a teenager and starting. I mean, when I first started hiring people, it was like, oh, we went to high school together. You want to help me make videos? And I hired a couple of my friends from high school. And then I was like, how do I do taxes and this kind of stuff? And I was like, Mom, help. And I mean, I wouldn't say she's head of HR. I mean, she was, I guess, but she's also running finance, and it's not like a real company. We just get in this like little $700 no, actually that one was $1,080 a month office I was renting, and I'd just be like to this one guy that I knew from high school, all right, today you're gonna go paint this thing. Today, you friend number 2, you're gonna like help me edit this, and you friend number 3, you're gonna go to the store and buy 1,000 chickens that like scream when you press down on them. And Mom, I don't know, just make sure the IRS doesn't sue me. Like that's the
Nope, he has a nonprofit. He has an idea how to run a company. He did have his mother in HR glazing 100. Okay, so to be clear, when he literally said here, Irvlaws, I respect the fact that you want to criticize MrBeast, and I think you should. But why is it that most of the criticism I've seen of the interviews so far have been literally retarded? He has a nonprofit. He has an idea how to run a company. What he's talking about is when the company was beginning, like 5-6 years ago, before he was the massive YouTuber he is right now, right? When he was just hiring his friends from high school. That's when this was happening. That's when his mom was doing HR and finance and accounting, according to him. If you have contradictory evidence to that, bring that up. And as far as the nonprofit, this is, first of all, presumably before the nonprofit. And if he did have a nonprofit when he was like 20 years old, I'm 22. I have no idea how to run a nonprofit or run a company. I have literally no fucking idea. This is not something that you're just taught, okay? You have to go to school for these things, and he didn't. He's a YouTuber, so you're not going to know how to do that. Clearly. I think it is a conflict of interest that his mom was the head of HR. But if that changed as the company grew, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I want the MrBeast empire to fall and see his mug. What do you mean his mug? What do you mean by his mug? Seems like a reasonable explanation. It seems relatively reasonable, yes. But this is the lesser allegations, right? We're not even into the real stuff here. This is the smaller stuff. We need to see the real shit. I feel like he's kind of dumb. His company grew big, fast, and he didn't know how to handle it and definitely fumbled things. I don't know if dumb is the word. Maybe naive or inexperienced is the proper wording. Because he is, keep in mind, he's only 26 now, as far as I know. Isn't he? How old is he? How old is MrBeast? How old is MrBeast? Okay, so he is 26. So realistically speaking, when he was 20 years old, do you expect him to be able to run the most tip-top shape company in the world or have the most professional, lineup of people ever? I honestly don't expect that. I don't. So realistically speaking, if you want to claim that there was like some kind of malice here, you need to have a decent amount of evidence. He seemingly hasn't done anything in regards to his mom being in HR that was like, he had her there so that she could, be his greatest defender and, be the one to shut down any allegations made about people and just take his side all the time, right? It's possible, and there is a good conflict of interest there to be talked about, and that needs to be changed. I assume it's been changed since then, but if it wasn't, it needs to be. But like, just saying, no, his mom was head of HR, as if he denied that, is retarded, because he just said that she was. When you're 20 years old, you don't know how to run a massive company. You don't. MrBeast has declared MrBeast innocent. Thanks for the dono.
The time frame we're talking about here, but yes, I agree. Like, it's stupid. Like, you definitely shouldn't have your mom as an HR person. You should just hire someone who was educated in HR, which is obviously what we have. We have an HR team now. Yeah. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think, and that's sort of like one of the weird things from just a business perspective. Once again, it's like someone becomes HR by default. Yeah. Even if you don't say, well, this is the HR person, this is our contact.
I mean, because like back then, it's like, I mean, if you had a problem, just tell me. There's like 5 of us. So,
that's great.
But yes, but still, I'm like, in this, I'm not trying to like deflect everything. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you should hire an actual HR person. Agreed.
That's good advice.
Yes.
That's sound advice. I do agree with that.
Shocker.
Totally. Yeah, crazy. The no doesn't mean no policy that was criticized. That was crazy. I mean, when I first saw that, I was like, what the fuck?
What, you're answering for me? Let me answer.
Hold on. It was criticized, especially by Soggy recently, of having been taken out of context. Can you explain what the no doesn't mean no policy was and why it was in the...
Yes. So
that was from that document, and people were basically saying that no doesn't mean no. There were not everyone was doing this, but some people were like implying slyly like this is him saying that is okay, or him saying that people don't have to consent, when that's clearly not even what they were saying there, right? And on top of that, there was also this part in the document that was like it was like, let the boys be boys, in reference to letting the cast members have fun. And people were like, this is him encouraging culture, when it wasn't even about that. Like, it was like poor phrasing, poor wording, obviously, but that's not even what they were saying. So that like the insane level of criticism towards that document and people taking it out of context to use it as a gotcha point was really, really bad. And I think that's going to bite a lot of people in the ass here. Because I read through the whole document and it wasn't even that bad, dude. It wasn't. In fact, a lot of it was decent advice.
yeah, so
No doesn't mean no is in reference to trying to push for filming in locations where you're not necessarily allowed to off rip, right? Like literally in the document, they describe what it means, being like, if the manager says no, try to talk to an employee so you can film there, right? Which is kind of a shitty thing. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of being pushy, but it wasn't like some kind of thing. Anonymous says, people who think running a company is easy have no clue at all. I helped start a company when I was 20 and just shopping was completely overwhelming. Yeah, that's true.
it's funny, even the word like policy, it's like, so when we started hiring more people, I wrote this little, I almost like advice book just for a lot of employees, because I wasn't able to talk with people as much as I was early on. And one part of it that people, when this thing got leaked, and I wrote it with some other people in my company, it wasn't just me, but when this got leaked, there's a section that said no does not mean no, and then they just like cropped that out, and they're like, look, this is proof Jimmy's immoral and evil, when obviously, like you were saying, if you read the context below, it makes sense. The gist of why we had a section.
Did you still go gorilla mode on Brody after the 2 hot chips? I personally would. Love the IRL MrBeast vid. Yeah, that was a cool video. I feel a little bad about it now, but actually, no, I don't. It was funny. But I did go gorilla mode on him, and he was extremely tight. That is the answer you want.
Section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before, right? No one's ever, on YouTube at least, buried themselves alive for 7 days. No one like tries to dangle an obstacle course from cranes. And it's like, the problem I kept running into early on when I was hiring people is I'd be like, hey, I want to do this. And then they would go call someone. So like, let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like this obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they'd come to me and they'd go, Jimmy, they said, no, we can't do it. The video's not possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say no, because everything we do has never been done before. But like, ask them why. Like, obviously, if they don't be rude, but if they say no, just try to understand why, right? And a lot of times you'll have an instance where like, well, we can't get all the cranes at one time because we're renting them out. And it's like, okay, perfect. We respect that. But can I offer something before you actually hard say?
Okay, Airvelage says, we are not running a company of revenue of 20K. He had poor management. He should have known his revenue. I would have had a good frame of business. I am a accountant at the end. Do you speak English? Where are you from? I have no idea what that message means. Genuinely, I have no idea what the fuck you're trying to say. Thank you for the dono, though, but I have no idea what that means.
Say no. What if we went to the 2 or 3 other clients that day that were renting the cranes? We paid them 5 times the amount of money they paid to rent those cranes to just, rent them a week later. And let's just see. And then the company would usually be like, oh, you would do that? It's like, yeah. Like, we want to work with you to find a solution to make your problem our problem and solve it. And then, like, then a hard no will 50% of the time turn into, oh, well, yeah, actually, we can do it if you're willing to spend a little extra money or whatever. So that was me trying to educate my employees on that. And somehow, well, I don't know. I'm not even going to say somehow. I know how. I mean, people who didn't care about the truth and just, wanted to spread disinformation and manipulate and lie to millions of people, which it worked, spun that into, I'm not even going to state the obvious, but which made no sense because the context for it was literally written right below it. But that
That's
just shows
true.
the ill will intent of certain people.
Yeah, because no doesn't mean no. I mean, that is like, there's just a massive, heavy negative connotation with that, obviously, in the zeitgeist. So, yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense in a vacuum, or, you know, in with this context, it does make perfect sense, but you got to see, if I were to be like, yeah, this guy, Mr. Beast, he's getting canceled for all kinds of crazy shit, and he has a no doesn't mean no policy. Anyways, like, that's crazy.
I know.
That's fucking
And you should
insane.
throw it on screen so your viewers can
so
see.
they can actually see the
so you
full
can see
thing,
the context, because it clearly.
When dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, we never take a no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of it, and you call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if there are any fans, or if you have any kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss, their boss's boss, have me DM them on Twitter, and try their social team, etc. If after all avenues are exhausted, you're left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees, because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. Basically, what I'm trying to convey is that what we call pushing through no. Don't just stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of many tools that, when combined dramatically, improve your probability of success when producing here. So yeah, I mean, we read this document when it came out. People saying no does not mean no was like evidence of some kind of crazy culture of the company were completely retarded. Was this a fairly old document? It sounds childish. I think it was from a few years ago, yes. But it was essentially just his train of thought being spelled out.
Lays it out. So no one actually saw that and thought what these channels were implying.
Yeah.
They just willfully were ignorant so they could get 1 out of 10s and make some money. I mean, that's the truth. Like, I'm sorry, but
Now on to sort of content production and the question of authenticity behind the content that you make. There have been claims that you use some CGI in your videos, that is computer-generated imagery. Do you think the use of CGI can undermine the credibility or authenticity of the content that you're making? And if so, why do you choose to use it?
good question. And yes, I do think rampant use of CGI can undermine it. And I try to do my best to be transparent. Did you ever see So Crispy's video where they showed the behind the scenes of our Squid Game video?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so we've done that. We've done lots of BTS videos on them, and we've done other BTS videos. So I try to show it transparently, but let me think about it. I mean, honestly, the truth is, like, can you, obviously there are channels like Corridor Digital and stuff like that, but can you really think of any, like, entertainment channels like mine that really do this, like even have the budgets to kind of do this kind of stuff? It's something I've always thought a lot about, because like we're really pushing boundaries, and like I want to, like,
I never really cared about the CGI stuff. That didn't really bother me. We did see from the Soggy Cereals video that when he was like, this pit is CGI, Dogpack was like, this pit is CGI, and the Soggy was like, no, it's not. Here's a video of it. That was obviously retarded. So to anybody who cares about that, it seems like that allegation has kind of been destroyed. This is pointless. This question doesn't really matter compared to everything else. I mean, you can say it's pointless, but there are people who will be like, if it doesn't get addressed, people in the comments will be like, why didn't you talk about the fake CGI? This is really important to me, right? So you have to cover everything. You have to cover all of the ground. You can't leave anything out.
Like, keep leveling things up, and I think that's a cool way to do it. But it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right? Because no one else really does it. Mm-hmm. Like, something I was thinking about is like also we rarely use it. Like, I mean, maybe like 0.5%, 0.1% of my shots. Like if we have like a background that like doesn't look too cool, like it's just like black, but it looks a little off, we'll just like darken it out in post. Like that's like majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set. But I was thinking, like, when we do, because we pour millions of dollars into these videos. We build massive sets. Like we go through so much links to make these.
Sorry, I just saw a funny comment. Showing concrete evidence that this subreddit's mods silence people and spread false narratives is hilarious. Imagine getting mogged by Internet Willy Wonka. So awesome, dude. The mods have been deleting comments to discredit Dogpack's claims. What the fuck? Yeah, I just got to that part. MrBeast says he has proof, and Oompa says it'll be in the description, but I don't see it. Am I blind, or did you forget to link that proof? Edit, I am blind. Found it. I'm glad people here are finally picking up on how supremely awful the moderation is here. The mods in this sub have historically deleted posts and comments that don't support their narrative about the current dramas. They typically only cave and stop deleting when both the evidence is overwhelmingly against their narrative, and too many people are talking about it for them to just delete everything without everyone catching on to what they're trying to do. Hopefully the situation becomes a turning point. They completely revamp how they approach moderation. True, dude. That would be nice. That would be nice to see.
Huge videos. And the last thing I want is people to be like questioning whether or not things are CGI. I mean, like, the sets we build are fucking crazy, man. Like, it's wild. Like, you should come see the like behind the scenes of it. I mean, sometimes we we spend 100 days just literally building one room for one shot of one video.
That's insane.
So yeah, I was thinking like maybe just potentially, I don't know, this is the first time I'm saying it publicly, like time stamping in the description when we do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, or like having some like gimmicky thing where like whatever we do, we like put like a little Beast logo on it, so it's like a thing that if people wanted to identify, they could. I mean, I'm down to figure something out. I mean, we just don't really use it that much. It's just like a thing few and far between. But
all salesmen learn day one. No is just another opportunity to close. You can Google this and it comes up in all manuals for how to earn higher commissions. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that is the case. The thing is, people see Mr. Beast is in controversy. They see someone saying, oh, he says no means no in his document, and they just run with that, right? They just run with it. Oh, this looks really bad. What a bad look. This aged like milk, right? That kind of shit. Twitter out of context spurgery has been going on a lot.
What I really don't want is people to not be able to trust my videos just because occasionally I want to make a wall blacker or like I want to extend a set a little bit just to make it look cooler and like you feel in tune with it. Because what we do on its own is insane. You know what I mean? Like we don't need it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to be fair too, I totally get what you're saying, and like the logic for the CGI call doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally. To me, maybe it would undermine the credibility if you're like changing things genuinely, or like you have an outcome that's the thumbnail and you're only getting it by manipulating. But like there are times in my videos where my head is bigger than my head in real life because my editors make it bigger. That's CGI, right?
Yeah.
The words.
Additional context, Caleb's head is around average size. We've enhanced this footage with scientific, nuclear-powered, computer, graphical, mechanical, quantum imagery enhancements, parentheses, clip champ. That's not true. His head is bigger. His head is big in real life. His head's not average. That's not true. People who criticize Beast as an awfully run small company have never worked for a small company before. Beast's worst-case scenario is better than 80% of my old employers. Maybe internally, yes, but I still think that there are a lot of concerns around the Amazon show I think need to be answered. Not handing out medications on time, not handing out underwear, feminine products. That stuff really needs to be talked about. Should have been don't take no for an answer. Well, even if he said that, people would have tried to take it out of context, right? The thing is, like, you're right. That would have been better wording, but the document, they never intended for the document to be leaked, right? They didn't anticipate it would be a matter of public opinion. You know what I mean?
The subtitles in your video, they're not real. That's CGI, technically.
True. Yeah.
So it's like, there's just it's just that one's like a really sort of slippery slope. But I think that's a good idea. If you were to put timestamps, or if you sort of are transparent about AI generative content, that's something that you could do as the biggest content creator in the world to be even more ethical than is really necessary.
Yeah. The only thing is then, which I'm down. Like I want to keep brainstorming these things out. It's just like you said, like I in my head, I didn't even think of text on the bottom as CGI, and like everyone might have a little different definition of it. So I just want to make sure like, what I would classify as it. Like, and so, but agreed, there's some solution here, or just stop using it. Like it doesn't even matter. Like I mean, we build crazy sets. It's usually just to make them look 1% cooler.
You can figure it out.
Yeah. So there is some answer here. Like that's not a thing that scares me. You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah. I think people would appreciate the transparency on that as well. Like because reality television. It's all.
I don't know if he's allowed to talk about a pending suit. Oh, you mean because there's people suing him? Yeah, maybe not. That's a good point, actually. He might not be allowed to. Or maybe it's inadvisable, generally speaking, because, lawsuits happening right now. If he accidentally contradicts himself in this video, it could look really bad. But I would still like the Beast Game stuff to be talked about regardless.
Extremely manipulative, and I think that's like the basis of it. So if you were to sort of go above and beyond even the worst, whatever competitors that you don't even really have on YouTube and put like a Beast logo or timestamps, I personally think that would be kind of cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that'd be sort of epic. There was an allegation that you used CGI to create the impression that you guys built a hospital, part of a hospital, in order to deceive viewers or manipulate them into believing that you did more than you actually did.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. At the start of one of our Beast Philanthropy videos, they were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past. And in the past, that hospital wasn't there. So they removed it in the editing, which, and this is just like a small part of this isn't even like the point of the video was that we built this hospital or whatever. There was just a shot at the beginning. But some people saw that and like thought we did build it, which is not the intention. And so it's just a dumb mistake. Like I trust me. When I saw that, I talked to the editors. I was like, come on, like, you know, I have 100 editors, and obviously we have a bunch of different channels and things like that. So it's hard for me to like speak with all of them, but it was just truthfully a silly mistake. We never said we built that hospital or anything, but I could see how some people might perceive that we were trying to like give off that we were. And it's a little unfortunate because Beast Philanthropy, my YouTube channel, how do I say this where it's like I'm not trying to, like, is literally owned by a 501c3. Like, it's a YouTube channel that is a nonprofit, which is crazy. Like, as far as I know, that's the only one. And Beast Philanthropy does so much good. And like that, you know what's the only reason people, this is what's funny, because like to the people like trying to call me evil and say we fake philanthropy, the only reason anyone even knows any of this is because we actually did a behind the scenes video on that video. So like clearly I wasn't aware of this because we did BTS and we were the ones who revealed this information. You know what I mean? So like if we were trying to hide things, like we wouldn't have done BTS on that video. That's how people got this information.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that he's responsible for every single thing that happens at Beast Philanthropy or in the edits is kind of dumb because end of the day, he's one guy and he's running like he's like at the masthead of 10 different YouTube channels, and they all individually have their own, you know, people that are running those channels, and there's people under them. So it's very impossible to say that he was part of every single, you know, it's impossible to say that he's responsible for every single decision here. But once again, these are the claims I'm not super caring about, right? Tom, I received timestamps for the stream. The lawsuit for Beast Games is talked about 2 hours, 9 minutes in. Okay, so it's talked about. I guess we'll get to that.
So it's just like a little mistake, but it's sad because now people are using that to point at our Beast Philanthropy channel, which does a lot. I mean, it will just scroll through the videos. I mean, whether we're building schools in Africa or, I mean, and giving electricity to remote villages, or we're giving clothes to people who don't have it, or we're feeding people. I mean, it does a lot of really good projects. Now, truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, you know, has convinced advertisers that the videos are fake and that it doesn't actually do philanthropy. And it's like, it does. And just like one little editing mistake on one of dozens of videos, like, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's actually having a pretty severe impact on the charity and its image. And like, I don't know, just unfortunate.
You think the impact is not obviously just the CGI hospital edit, but just the entire situation in general?
No, I mean, of course,
the entire
Norman situation, but
get those subs.
After
Go
that
Tom.
hospital thing, a lot of people made videos saying Beast Philanthropy is fake and saying we fake our philanthropy, and it's specifically attacking it. And then, you know, like that whole 100% of the revenue on the charity on the channel is what we use to fund the charity, and that like spooked off a lot of people because they're like, oh, so this charity is not authentic, because like obviously people don't want to work with the charity that's not legit, which Beast Philanthropy is as legit as it gets. Just one little editing mistake, which I get now. I'm sounding like I'm downplaying. I mean, it was just a mistake in editing. Doesn't discredit all the projects Beast Philanthropy has done around the world and the tens of thousands of lives it's changed. And I mean, yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair admission too, because it's like, you know, and once again, optically, you're the guy who's talking about, you know, spending 26 hours a day looking at data, and, you know, every decision, every single frame that's in a video is like combed over, and then that is a mistake, obviously, that you're capable of making, your team is capable of making, and like the whole thing is capable of making, and people, you know, they'll compare and contrast whether they know or not. Like, they think everything you're doing is 110% deliberate.
Yeah, well, and that's the unfortunate part, because it's like, if someone, again, just to be clear, the only reason anyone even knows is because we did BTS. So, I mean, but if that would have happened, you know, 8 months ago, I would have just responded to a tweet saying my bad and just like re-edited it in YouTube Editor and just added a voiceover, and it would have been fine. It's just now that, you know, due to the circumstances, everyone's like, we finally got the proof. The philanthropy's fake. He's fake. And like, let's tear down his charity. And yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's just a silly editing mistake. Like, obviously, the VO we should just had VO over that clip just saying we didn't build this hospital. But it was also not even the whole point of the video. It's just like, if you watch it, it's just a clip at the start. It's literally not even what the video is about. Mm-hmm. So
you've mentioned the behind the scenes footage of that, specifically the hospital video in regard to your philanthropy channel. Would you be willing to or consider releasing like more detailed behind the scenes footage or a breakdown of that with the VO you're talking about? Or, you know, the editors who worked on it and sort of their thoughts and opinions or whatever, because they're the ones working on it, right? Like, what
on
was
that
their
video
intention?
specifically?
Yeah, or just in general.
Yeah, well, that one in specifically, I mean, we're owning up to it. I mean, I don't want to put them on blast publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a silly little mistake. Obviously, we talked about how we could prevent it in the future, but I'm sure, shocker, at some point we're gonna have some other editing mishap over. Yeah. So I mean, that's not something I can't guarantee will ever happen again, but like we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't. But in general, I would love to do more behind the scenes. Like I think throughout all this, I think what is causing some of this is like confusion. It's because there is so much mystery around how we do our videos because people don't know how we do it. It's like it's almost.
Someone in chat says charity is a tax write-off. Every criminal does it. Okay, to be clear, charity, okay, is not a tax write-off in the way that you think it is. The idea behind a tax write-off is that you spend money on your business that helps your business, right? And as a result, you get to write it off on taxes. In this case, the MrBeast's charitable company is a 501c charitable corporation in and of itself, okay? In and of itself, it is a charitable corporation. It exists separate from MrBeast. So that is fucking retarded. People always say this shit. They're like, he donates to charity just so it's a tax write-off. Really? Really? Is that really what you think? You think the entire purpose behind a charity is for a tax write-off? The charities flow the money back to them? What the fuck are you talking about? Nonprofit is nonprofit? Yeah, exactly. The idea behind a tax write-off is you pay more so you can write it off as a business expense. Do you really think it's making that much of a difference to MrBeast, who already has to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars in taxes? Will this affect the Fortnite servers? Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe they'll take them out of Fortnite. Who knows?
Easier to believe there is this like they're fake or they're rigged, and he didn't actually build a bunker and put it underground and have two people live in it for 100 days and record the entire time and do all this. It's almost getting to the point where it's easier to believe it's not real. And I think like just having more transparency and doing behind the scenes would help. I've been wanting to do that for a little bit. It's just truthfully, I just got to build the team. We're looking into getting some. It's
a way for him to use his money and not pay taxes on it. Dude, you realize, okay, this is how business works, okay? This is how business works. This is how tax write-offs work, okay? As someone who has a company that I write things off on taxes, this is how it works. You make money, okay, for your business. Let's say you make $100,000 for your business, okay? You then have to pay out of that like 35% of it if $100,000 is all profit. This is hypothetically speaking. But if you make $100,000 and you spend $30,000 to make that $100,000, then you pay 35% of the 70 grand. Okay? You don't pay 35% of the 100 because you spent 30 of it on your business. That is how a tax write-off works. A tax write-off does not mean you don't pay for things. That means you pay slightly less taxes because you spent the money on your business.
Some editors and like a person dedicated for doing it, like, because we have to like intentionally film those shots.
Right.
A lot of it is like, so we're like building out the team. It's just like this. It just takes time. Like, you even need someone who will make the thumbnails for it, and like I also don't want there to be editing mistakes in this. So I need someone who's doing QC, and that's like a really important thing because I don't.
Tax deductible donation equals you pretend you didn't make that money. But if it's a tax deductible donation, you still lose the money. The money still goes away. You don't have the money anymore. It's gone from your account. You don't have the fucking money. Do you think that he sends the money to charity and then the government gives him the money back? Do you think that's how taxes work?
I want him to post it and make a claim in the BTS that's not true and say, hey, we spent $500,000 on this bunker and it was actually $480,000, right?
Yeah.
Which is, these are the little kinds of things that, because I have such a large company, people will do and they think it's innocent, but it's like, no, like, but at the end of the day, it's my name on it. And so it's like, in theory, it seems simple. Like, oh, you're already filming, just throw a BTS. But there's a whole big process in it to make sure that's also true and authentic and good and actually edited well. And so, I mean, I don't know when I'll be able to build up.
I'm not talking about a tax write-off. He controls the charity. That's how he still has the money. But it's a charity. The point of the charity is to give away money. What do you mean he still has the money? The money leaves. The money leaves the account. The money goes away. What do you mean he still has the money? The money gets given away. That's what a charity is. What the fuck are you saying?
Let the team and get it right, but I think that will help a lot. If people knew like the effort and work that went into the videos and like just how we do it, I think they would look at it differently and be like, oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, and I think to circle back a little bit, I don't think even showing the, in behind the scenes, like if that were to have existed specifically with like the philanthropy stuff or another time where you're adding CGI or whatever, if you had the intention of the people who are doing it, in that behind the scenes footage, it wouldn't be necessarily even putting them on blast or showing any mistake you would have from the very beginning, transparency.
Yeah.
So I think that would be I mean, that would
I'm
be
on
awesome.
the same page here. Hey, if anyone watching this wants to help work on my BTS channel, I'm actually serious. We're actively hiring and trying to figure it out. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I really think that would help a bunch. Like, just
Yeah.
Like, plus, I just want to show people how we do this stuff. Like, it's pretty crazy the stuff we're doing now.
I mean, realistically, it sounds like some of these problems, if like there was just sort of, you have the opportunity now to just be like super ethical and hire a couple more teams for transparency and do something that not only the 300 million subscriber YouTuber, but like you are leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of like transparency.
Yeah.
Which people really like that type of stuff. Even if they don't
agree.
like search out for it, they just like to see someone who's honest and relatable.
I agree.
And like, you guys are really good at this insane MrBeast thing, but like you said, even with sort of talking about the allegations in the beginning, you didn't want to make a video where you're just sitting, it just feels cringe and awkward.
no.
Like but it makes sense, right? Like I get your perspective and the outsider's perspective. It's cool to see, how, it's not cool to see how angry people can get, but it is cool to see that there is a possible answer to those situations, like being super ethical and transparent in a way that nobody else has ever been before.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. So there's evidence that you put your previous employees, friends, whatever, controlled opposition
Yes.
in your challenge videos, such as the 100 boys versus 100 girls video.
Yeah.
Did you put them in that video or videos like that specifically to rig the outcome?
Of the challenge.
Of
Yeah.
This is the sexism allegations here. Zine Turducken in chat for 10 says, Tom is correct 100% on tax law. A 501c3 is a nonprofit, and unless a corporation, and unless Ike, a corporation, unless corporation, you don't get dividends that will be taxable or flow through income as in LLC or partnership, 35%.
the challenge? And if so, do you think that's acceptable, MrBeast?
I know. That one was a big one. Video.
Do they talk about people saying he knew about the lolly shit? We'll have to see that. Once again, I'm very curious about that. I specifically submitted a question for this interview about that.
Talking about my 100 boys versus 100 girls video in the last couple months. That one, people really talked about that one. So yes, Sagi's video, he talked about this and uncovered it. I'm surprised more people didn't. Like my girlfriend after that video literally went on a podcast and described this. So it's not even like this was hidden information. This has been out there.
You were in the video.
I am crashing
100
out.
girls
That's
versus
true,
100
Kayla.
boys for $500,000.
Yes. On the day, everybody had to go for COVID tests, and a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly from the studio, and they're like, we need a female. I'm like, well, I am a female. I guess I could do this 100-hour challenge.
Were
Yeah.
you dating at the time?
Yes.
And did the others know you were dating MrBeast at the time?
They pretended that they didn't, but I think some of them caught on.
Did he like move to the side of the circle and just check
No,
up on
he
you?
avoided eye contact at all costs.
But I mean, literally, like she said on the podcast, we had 100 boys, 100 girls. They're competing in a video. Leading up to the video, they're supposed to quarantine. This was years ago when, at the height of COVID. A lot of questions people have about my videos, like that in these recent things I've noticed, usually the answer is like COVID, like why things aren't as like we would normally do it. But in this instance, they quarantined. When they showed up to the studio, a couple people on both sides tested positive for COVID. We didn't have them all in a group. We, isolated, tested. And so now I'm stuck with a tough decision because we have all these people who just took off work for a week and took even more days off work to film this video. A couple people on each side of the 100 girls, 100 boys tested positive for COVID. I can't go grab random people off the street because they haven't quarantined, right? And back then, I think COVID tests are better now, but back
This is essentially the same explanation from the Soggy video. I think this is a reasonable explanation, but once again, I'm not particularly worried about whether or not the contestants were treated fairly in terms of like these people could win, these people could not win in a video on his YouTube channel. I don't really care about that. What I care more about is going to be Chris Tyson, is going to be the Coffeezilla stuff, is going to be the illegal lotteries, or at least the one illegal lottery that it seems like he did do. That stuff is the stuff I really care about. I'm going to care about the Amazon lawsuit and the allegations of mistreatment from people that were on the show. That's the stuff I really care about. This stuff is, it's important to have them in here because Dogpack was talking about this shit, but there's a lot of other stuff that I care about more. But we're going to watch the whole thing because I don't want to miss anything.
back then, it took like 2 days for the COVID test to be able to pick up whether or not you had COVID. Something like that. Not a doctor. This isn't Joe Rogan. I obviously Bro, no one knows that though, right? I could have just gone and grabbed random people off the street and it would have been fine. But I was trying to like be protective of the contestants. So my employees were routinely quarantining back then because, you know, in the studio and things like that, we didn't want an outbreak. So I just went to the employees who weren't working on the 100 Girls versus 100 Boys video and was like, hey, I don't want to cancel this video. Who wants to be in it? And so a couple of them volunteered, filled in the empty gaps. My girlfriend quarantined with me, so I threw her in there. And then we got the numbers up. I was good. The video's on. And yeah, they were competing for money like everyone else. Transparency, I'll look at the camera. No, they were not there to rig it. I did not tell them when to get out. I did not tell them what to do. They had their own free will. And yeah, I really didn't think too much of it. And, you know, here we are a couple years later, and that's turning into proof that I put employees in videos to rig them and script them, and they're just filling in for some people who got COVID.
Yeah, I think it's another situation in which it's like, sure, there's evidence or whatever of both or whatever. It's like a trust me bro versus a trust me bro.
But this one's not even a trust me bro. Like, I mean, my girlfriend literally years ago said on a podcast all of this, so it's not even like I'm retroactively making this up. I mean,
right.
I could probably go pull up COVID tests and show you. I mean, it's
just in terms of like the interpretation of what people have for that specific event. Like when someone like you or someone with this big thing, people just see who they don't care. They see, oh, he's using his friends. Like, obviously it's fucking rigged, you know, but they're not going to look into it. It's just optically, you know, like there's so many things that it's really easy. Like there's like such a crazy slippery slope.
Yeah.
For a lot of
Dogpack supposedly has withheld information for this scenario. I wonder what he'll say after a couple of days. I'm curious about that too. I'm curious if he'll respond. I feel like he has to, right? There's no way he's not going to.
the stuff.
And it's like, the thing is, I mean, I could have been like, oh, people got COVID and canceled it. And then we'd be sitting here talking about how I had these people quarantined for 7 days and then I just rug pulled them. You know what I mean? And so like, it's a little bit of damned if you, damned if you don't. Like either way, I'd be sitting here talking to you about it, you know? So I just tried to take the most ethical, moral stance and, you know, prioritize health and
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah,
I agree.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, hopefully now that people hear the truth, they agree as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been brutal.
Magsy says, Tom, a tax write-off is when you already have waste and you can make a way to say it's charity. Trust me, bro. Thank you. I trust you.
Hearing that misinformation be spread.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine that, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of people who really do not like you at all.
Yeah.
How does it feel in real life? Do you feel it in real life at all, or is it just internet?
No, it's just the internet. We talked a little bit before this. I mean, also, it's late at night. I just flew here to do this. This is a very impromptu thing.
Yeah.
But for like the 10 minutes we were talking before we started recording, I was telling him, like, no one in real life has any idea of any of this. Like, I meet hundreds of people, and they're all just like, yo, what's up, MrBeast? They never bring it up.
Yeah.
But then you would open up Reddit. I mean, it doesn't help that they're censoring positive posts, but and you would think, well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that does make sense. You would think everyone hates me because anyone who doesn't, their post gets deleted. So actually, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's like, and even some of the YouTubers that I know, like you mentioned sending a clip to YouTubers, and they're like, well, it's just not cool. I don't want to be seen as a MrBeast glazer. I mean, even the sort of feelings amongst YouTubers, the people who their responsibility is to, responsibility, very loose use of the term, to talk about anything online or whatever, you know, even they're afraid, or they just don't want, like, so it's just the internet. There's this really weird, you know, the sort of echo chamber. Not that obviously everything that you've done is can just be swept under the rug. I mean, you've admitted to mistakes. I think that everything that is a genuine mistake, you once again have the most to gain from all this. So it's not going to fucking hurt you to just admit where you're wrong or whatever. Yeah, I think that's a very.
It could hurt him to admit where he's wrong if he really fucked something up. We'll see about that.
Very interesting one, the 100 Boys versus 100 Girls video, because to me, without looking into it at all, it's like, that does seem weird, right? Like, it just seems like once again a conflict of interests. But at the same time, you're making YouTube videos. You're not making, like, I don't know. You can endlessly make excuses for it and against it. It seems like that's why I'm saying it's kind of.
I mean, I think between like the contestants and people we've given stuff to in videos, like, pretty confidently say like less than 1% of it's employees. So, you know, if you were to take everyone who's ever been in the video, so like we're like, and a lot of it was, like I said, during the COVID time, where it's just like, well, I'm trying to be responsible, and I know so it's like, I mean, I think when you look at it through those lenses, I feel like any rational person would be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. Okay, so now on to the response to critics. So the first person really to respond to critics was Chucky. But the second person, it seemed like, was Soggy Cereal, YouTuber, commentary YouTuber. He made a video, and he's been, that video is sort of blowing up a little bit. It's not quite to the level of Dogpack's video when it first came out, but it's coming up, and he did his best to disprove a lot of Dogpack's claims, and even held you accountable for a lot of stuff in his video, which I thought was good. I thought his video was pretty good. I liked his video a lot, and I like him a lot. I've talked to him since that came out. I've talked to him a couple times. Yeah, he has criticized you today and last night, I think.
Yeah, this is him criticizing him for messaging YouTubers like me to watch the video. Hi, everyone. There are some concerning things that come to my attention. I found this one concerning. The one I personally feel disgusted by is MrBeast DMing my video to creators instead of taking accountability for the very serious allegations he still needs to clear up, a thread. I did find that a little odd. I don't think that it proves anything necessarily, but I did find it a little odd that he was messaging people without talking about it himself. But I would say now that allegation is kind of, destroyed. The quote-unquote weirdness of it is kind of destroyed by the fact he is responding directly himself, publicly.
To sort of timestamp when this video is being recorded so people know. He said, Soggy has criticized you sharing his video with other YouTubers as a way to shield yourself from criticism, like DMing the video to people. He also expressed feeling used by you, given that you used his video as a strategy to gather favor from the public, which, that's pretty wordy. It's like it just happened today. It's got to be something like, how do you feel about him feeling that way? Because he's not really defending you. He's more so trying to hold light to truth, which I appreciate that massively.
Yeah.
And I do, talking to him, I do believe that he is an honest guy. How do you interpret his responses on Twitter if you've seen them? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen them. Okay. I mean, I interpret as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how he feels. And I think, obviously he probably, in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it? And I think, obviously, now that I'm here and doing this, that will alleviate it. But I can see how it feels. Like, obviously, I saw that video and it, disproved. I mean, there are some things in there I don't agree with, and he does go pretty hard on me, so which people seem to forget. But there are a lot of things in there that he disproved, and yeah, I mean, I got excited and shot it over to a bunch of creators who covered the false information, and was just like, look, I could see how, that looks like I'm hiding behind it. Luckily, I'm here talking to you, so yeah. I don't think that will be a problem anymore. But obviously, he's not, when he tweeted that, he, doesn't know we were doing this, doesn't know this is coming out. I mean, he might now. I don't, you talk to him, but yeah. So like, I don't blame him. You know what I mean? It's a reasonable thing. Like, I think if I were to read a little between lines, he's just saying like, I don't want to be a shield. Jimmy, say something. You know what I mean? Like, actually go address things and like.
Yeah, because he's really not defending you. He's just disproving Dogpack. Like that.
Exactly.
That's the primary kind of driver, or that's how I interpreted his video. I was like, oh, this is pretty balanced. I like him. He's a cool dude. So
yeah, he didn't go with the grain and disproved a lot of things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, also went kind of hard on me too. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah.
He's not a big fan of Lunchley.
He's not. That's one thing for sure. He does not like Lunchley.
By commenting on his video, you left a comment on Soggy's video after it was posted. You said, "This is finally a video that doesn't spread baseless slander about me."
Yeah, I mean,
lol.
Obviously that was a stupid comment. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, how do you think that looks? I mean.
Yeah, dumb.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
Especially the LOL. That just
yeah.
Next question. Yeah. Dumb.
Yeah.
The answer, dumb. Yes.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, it's like it kind of gives weight to you sort of taking the situation lightly. Like if anybody should be taking the situation lightly, it should be like me or Soggy or people like people who aren't actively involved in the situation. How would you put that worry, that concern at ease for someone who's like willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, which I think is super important. And you say something like that, and then it seems like you are taking the situation in general lightly.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a good question. I mean honestly, there's just a lot of disinformation that was corrected in that video, and I just wrote that comment, and then right afterwards sent it to a couple of YouTubers, which because just like finally this, this thing is here. But I agree. Like, dumb comment.
Legal and ethical issues. I feel like this is probably going to be a little bit more sort of. We're going to need some facts on screen to back up like whatever's being said here. Just to
let's get into it. The serious stuff. Come on.
Yeah.
So, and Soggy did a good job of sort of disproving a lot of these claims just in general, or giving weight to ones that deserve to have weight given to them.
No more fluff.
So watch his video. Obviously, he did a lot of work on this stuff. So Dawson claimed that you ran multiple illegal lotteries, and
yes,
in Soggy's video, he sort of I think disproved 2,
yes.
And then 1 he still believes was an illegal lottery.
Yes.
Do you believe that you ran an illegal lottery? Did you believe at the time? What was your mindset? Did you check with the FCC?
I'm locked in.
Was there any compliance, any steps taken to prevent this? What is your just perspective on that?
Yes. So I don't think we did. I have people looking into it and like trying to pull the footage and figure it out. He disproved the 2, which I mean, those were crazy. I don't want to just like speculate. I have a team looking into it. I don't think we did though. But regardless, just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason, like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link that you can just put in the description where they can get a refund. Maybe just throw it on the screen here.
Okay.
Offering refunds is good. That's good. I would like a more definitive response, but I guess if he genuinely doesn't know, he doesn't know. The thing is, like, I'm willing to believe he didn't think he was doing an illegal lottery at the time. I mean, Captain Sparkles covered this, and he was like, I've technically done the same exact thing, and I'm sorry. But regardless of that, like, I mean, offering refunds is also pretty good. But realistically, I mean, that was kind of a weak answer. He dodged that so hard. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, he's going to say this kind of thing because technically he doesn't know it's illegal basically until we get some kind of like government investigation, I guess. Like he doesn't know officially if he broke the law, if that actually happens at all. But yeah, that's kind of the thing here, right? Like that was a weak question. How is that a weak question? I don't think that was a weak question at all. See, guys, I can't be a bad person, do illegal things. I'm offering 1 set of people out of 3 lotteries a refund. Okay, R, you fucking retard in chat. R stands for retard for sure. First of all, 2 of them seems like they weren't illegal, with the one that may or may not have been, which it seems like it very well could have been based on Soggy Cereal's research. With that one, he's offering refunds. Like what the? Also, what is with this? Like, I'm a good person. What else do you want him to do? Lock himself up for a crime he doesn't know if he committed? What do you expect? What do you actually expect? Is he supposed to go to the IRS and say, "Hey, man, lock me up. I did it"? Skip to the part where the interview gets heated and Mr. Breast pulls out a gun. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
But yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow up in the future. I'm trying to, dig up all the footage from that live stream. This was like many years ago. Like this isn't like something I did 3 months ago.
Yeah, COVID. It was 2020, right?
I don't remember.
I think the first one, the questionable one that Soggy had in his video was in 2020. I think it was in August 2020.
And I just don't have the footage from him, so
yeah.
I'm looking them up.
Gotcha. Yeah. I think. I think at the very least, if people felt misled or whatever, or if
100% request a refund.
Definitely.
I mean, we do that anyways, like on our site. If people.
So he couldn't go to the IRS and check the status of his lottery. You can't just make the IRS audit you. You can't just say, hey, I think I may have done something wrong. Audit me right now. That's not how it fucking works. They need to have a reason to investigate you in the first place. How bad is the response time? I missed a lot. It's the profit of D's. I'm too tired for the nut of the day. So far, it's been good apart from this charity answer, which is very much a non-answer, I would say. But there's a lot of other stuff that I'm expecting. There's a lot of other stuff that I'm expecting here as far as responses, because this is the illegal lottery is definitely something to care about, but Chris Tyson is something I really want to see. Thanks for the dono, Rock. Holy Joe for 5 says, Wendigoon is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator who has taken advantage of MrBeast's mental decline for fame and for money. As he should.
People want refunds, we give it to them. But for this specifically, we can give you a URL, throw it right here. I mean, I have no idea what it'll be, and yeah, just send us your order code. Really no big deal.
Cool. The investigation confirmed. So the third-party investigation.
Yeah, the IRS doesn't give you legal advice. The IRS's job is not to defend you in court. That's the job of your lawyer, to defend you against the IRS. The IRS's job is to fuck you over if they think you do something wrong. That is their job. It's to collect money from you. That is their job. for taxpayers to build roads or send rockets to Israel or something, right? Thank you for the 5 Jeb D.
Confirmed isolated incidents of harassment. How were these incidents addressed? And what systemic changes did you implement from after the investigation to prevent things like this from ever happening again? I'm assuming it's going to piggyback directly off the.
If he couldn't go to the IRS, he could have gone to his lawyer. Isn't that what he just said? That he's talking to his people. Isn't that what he just said? Isn't that what he just said? You've moved the goalpost now. To be clear, if he did an illegal lottery, that's deserved to be criticized. That should 1,000% be criticized. Why couldn't he go at first? Okay. Hey, I'm operating right now. I'm doing my thing. I'm existing in the world. I don't think I'm doing anything illegal. There's no reason for me to think that. I've never done a lottery before. I'm going to go to a lawyer right now to ask him if I'm doing something wrong. When you walk down the street, do you ask your lawyer if you can walk down the street? Is that what you ask? If you don't think you're doing anything illegal at the time, why are you asking a lawyer preemptively about it? I don't understand.
We talked about before. Yeah, 100%. I mean, agreed. Like we talked about before, I have hundreds of employees, and when we brought the outside third party in, and I was like, hey, talk to whoever you need to, get an honest pulse of how some people are feeling. There were some things that people hadn't made us aware of that they felt more comfortable talking to Quinn and Manuel on, which is obviously ultimately why we ended up doing the anonymous hotline and that kind of stuff. And what you asked, what did we do? How do we handle it? Like I said before, it's just whatever they told me. If they told me like I need to fire someone, we fired them. Like I mean, it's not like I don't want to be the arbiter of truth. I want people who are professional in these things to get the.
I think he's asking why didn't he talk to his lawyers before running the lottery event. I mean, that would have been wise for sure. That would have been good. I mean, at the end of the day, it wasn't framed as a lottery. It was framed as a giveaway. So he probably didn't think that there would be any, if you want to be charitable to him, he probably didn't go into it think there'd be any legal repercussions or legal reservations about that. Once again, he was younger and inexperienced when he was doing that. So that's an explanation that's able to be bought. I could buy that. But if he did an illegal lottery, I wouldn't have a problem with the government punishing him for that. If I had the idea of doing a giveaway, my first thought would not be, I'm going to talk to a lawyer about it. Now it would be, but before this controversy, I would be like, I'll just do it. Why do I need to talk to a lawyer? It wouldn't even be a thought in my mind. Sorry for misspelling earlier. The FTC does lottos, not IRS. IRS Taxpayer Advocate Service will help some poor taxpayers. Thank you for the donut, buddy. I appreciate that knowledge.
Information. Make sure they have all the facts, and I want them to tell me what to do, right? Because obviously I work with these people, and so I could have some form of bias or whatever, or maybe I like this person better, and so I like to stay away from that kind of stuff. And so I just did whatever they told me to do, and to be honest.
How did you feel when you found out that a third-party investigation concluded that there were incidents of harassment in your business?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I was like, well, how can we, like we talked about before, and so I started educating myself, and I've been bringing in new leaders and people who have worked in bigger companies, and I was just like, help me make sure like this kind of stuff doesn't happen and educate me on these kinds of things. Like, again, like this company is growing so fast. Like I keep saying the number 400 just so people realize this isn't just 10 employees making YouTube videos like it was for me 5 years ago. And so my first instinct was just like, educate me. Who do I bring in? How do we solve these things? And like I said before, it dials down to 2 things: making sure you're not fostering it, and then when it does happen, making sure you respond appropriately, and just like trying to learn everything I can in those 2 areas, and just find the best people in the world in those 2 areas to just review everything and make sure we're doing it correctly.
Dude, people were fired. How many people were disciplined, fired? Was it more? Like, how did that feel, knowing that there was like an amount of people that had to be disciplined, terminated, whatever, as a result of an investigation? It's kind of things just happening basically under your nose, due to a lack of business acumen or care or whatever word you would want to use.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Well, I mean, like, I haven't even met all the people that work for me, because it's so big and we have people all around the world and things like that, just for context. I don't want people to think like, oh, these are people I'm just working with every single day and I was just oblivious. But yeah, I mean, it just felt like I need to improve. I need to learn more, and just I want to fix these things, So, I mean, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Let's get more specific.
I'm a problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct.
I want to get to specific allegations here, not general stuff. I want to get to specific shit.
How do we solve it? And that's what we've been obsessing over. And
Lakoya Hill.
We've made a lot of
James
progress,
Warren
to be
even.
honest.
Cool. Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Well, you know, there's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. Soggy has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies, and caused a lot of harm to my businesses. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and then tell me it was directly because of his video. And don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, you know, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why. And so, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation, but probably going to have to. I mean, it's just, I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading misinformation about you and, you know, just causing harm to your business and like getting it to the point where you might have to potentially fire people because it's costing you so much revenue? It's like, it's not fair to the people in my companies. You know what I mean? It's just sad, you know. It's not a thing I take joy in, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lawsuit could be a good idea with the slander stuff, with the defamation stuff. Could definitely be a good idea. I wouldn't blame him for it. The only thing is, Dogpack, I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong here. I doubt Dogpack is some secret billionaire crypto investor. Like, if he sued him, it would basically just be on principle of owning him. It wouldn't be like he would get a lot of money out of it, right? Like I don't think he would get anything out of it, really. I don't think he would actually get anything out of out of that lawsuit. You know, he would get a judgment that he could publicly post, like, I won a defamation case against this guy. He's a shitty guy. And he would then ruin Dogpack's life by garnishing his wages forever, which would be, you know, if he's able to prove that in a court of law, that would be pretty interesting to see. It could be kind of funny. But regardless of that, I think, you know, it may not be worth his time ultimately. I guess we'll have to see. Dogpack cried and begged for MrBeast because he got canned. Now he'll do the same thing when he gets railed in court. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It seems like he kind of wants to, for sure. Seems like he's somewhat eager too, or he feels like he might have to. I don't know if that's actually going to happen though. We'll have to wait and see. You know, a lot of the time, despite someone slandering you online or in real life or whatever, you know, slandering you on a public platform, it might be the best method to just not actually sue them, because you might not get money out of it. You might just get more out of not paying lawyers exorbitant fees to do a defamation case, and just ultimately you'll make more money in the long term by, you know, or have more happiness and success in the long term by focusing on your business, you know. If he sues, then Dogpack's lawyers will have access to every email, every message, and every employee and former employee. Wouldn't be good. Would they? I feel like they would only have access to stuff specifically that Dogpack would have lied about, right? I don't think they'd have access to everything. And also, if that did happen, the only reason why MrBeast would be concerned about it would be if he felt that something illegal had happened at the company. Which, I mean, according to the third-party investigation, nothing illegal happened, so we probably wouldn't have anything to worry about, right? I don't think if he sued Dogpack for defamation, that immediately the lawyers would just get access to every single aspect of MrBeast's business. I don't think that makes any sense to me. I could be wrong. I don't think it makes any sense to me. I think they would only get access to like documentation relevant to the case itself. Like, there would be things that would come out in discovery, but it wouldn't necessarily be every single document that's ever been posted in the MrBeast company.
Yeah, so, okay, so, yes.
They're not done drafting it up, but once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's...
I mean, every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy. I had one tell me, like, you could chop up all the evidence into like sue 3 separate times and win all 3 cases because you'd have enough for each. Like, one person I was talking to, he's won like 67 out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done. Like, it's because there's just so much blatant, you know, misinformation and lies spread. Like, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just go watch Soggy's video. Go look at his Twitter where he's redacted multiple ones of it. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that? I mean, optically, once again, there's a lot of things working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats algorithmically. Like, if you decide to sue this man, even if he deserves it or not, which is like obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the slander and disinformation to stop. It would be the bigger reason. But you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR wise?
Yeah, just like what do you think?
I'm right now. I'm getting canceled because I'm not suing them, because they're saying, well, Jimmy's not suing him, therefore there was truth. There's Jimmy would be suing him. So at this point, I'm so big. It's kind of most scenarios are like either way. Like there's a vast negative for me. People are like, well, he's not going to sue because he's worried about discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. I mean, why do I care? I'm here. This is discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just. Own what I do at this point. Like, there's just
literally own that chatter in real time, dude.
Large group of people that are just gonna be unhappy, and that's just like a reality I have to be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean, that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like. The silencing critics, for example, something very similar has happened. Well, not that similar, but something is happening to CoffeeZilla, who we'll talk about here in a minute as well. He's being sued. And that just, to someone like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and, communicating.
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Sagi video.
Yeah.
Look at all the blatant manipulation and lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to this is like borderline. I owe it to my employees. Because I can't look at someone in the eyes and go, sorry, you're getting laid off because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about us. Go complain to Dogpack.
I understand. It's like, there's a
this is bigger than me. I have a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of kids that, work or are under, the people I employ that work for me. Like, it's not just me. Like, I can't. Of
course.
So.
And it's also, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proven misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction, though, is very important. And that's something to consider. Is like how do you stop the misinformation, the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you, even though obviously this situation, it appears quite clear cut that this is misinformation.
It would be a service to the world for him to sue Dogpack so he could just write the lawyer fees off on his taxes. It's a charitable act, right? Lamau. Base and red-pilled. And
truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a sort of a slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff, and freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies and slander are not protected by the freedom of speech. So it's just a big, giant optical pill to swallow and consider, I feel like.
Agreed.
And I would be really...
Yeah, it's a bad look to sue someone as a big YouTuber no matter what. You look like you're silencing someone. But in this case, there might be some merit. There might be a little bit of merit there. There might be a little bit of a reason to go after him. I'm so curious if Dogpack is going to respond. Is he going to somehow flip this again? I'm so fucking curious.
Really interested to see your thoughts going forward, in your decisions that you decide to make. I would love to stay in the loop on that because, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions. Dogpack. Exactly, yeah. Soggy does have good intentions, in my opinion. In the very beginning, and now things obviously are, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intentions, even though even the very first video literally was 90% lies.
It seemed.
You got manipulated.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
That doesn't make it good intentions.
Yeah. I'm just saying it seemed, and a lot of people also believe that.
Was it good intentions when he photoshopped a fake live stream and falsely accused me of not saying something I did say and falsely accused something? It was a good intentions when he put a king size Feastables bar beside a regular size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that and then lied about us having more sugar than them. Was it?
Oh my God!
Do this for the next 30 minutes.
I understand.
I think that's just a
misconception He's going in.
that everyone has. It's like there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just.
I watched that video and I was like, this is just lies, and everyone's like, oh my God! I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics, though.
Okay.
In fairness, you didn't respond, Jimmy. I'm glad you are now. But in fairness, you didn't respond at all, okay? MrBeast's has arrived. Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems that way, right? Kind of seems that way. I mean, realistically speaking, I think that he could have dispelled a lot of the shit if he had just responded sooner, for sure. But also, at the same time, at least he's finally responding and going over a lot of this shit, I like that he has these points off the top of his head to just go over. I think it is very obvious in retrospect that Dogpack never really had good intentions. Even if he maybe convinced himself he did, it doesn't seem like he really did at all.
Okay.
my point.
Optically.
I wonder if Dogpack apologized, if MrBeast would drop the suit. I wonder. Probably not, but I'm curious.
Right. Optically.
People who fell for
Right.
the optics, yes.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in go round, is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect people to be to go out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
yeah.
it's super important to consider all that.
Yes.
But yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that he is Mr. and misinformation combined, right? It's for someone like me who actually cares about, like, I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard.
Dogpack shaking in his
objectively
boots.
to get where you're at. I don't want you to be
He's been silenced.
slandered
Righteous
or
anger,
for
MrBeast.
people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time,
Give MrBeast a platform to defend himself.
you know, like, you are the one who's going to win. You are the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like, you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's
So-
also on the reverse side. It potentially caused people to not want to spread misinformation and not
Of course.
slander people. So there's also the positive side of that, where people
Yeah.
realize, like,
yeah.
disinformation has
It- it-
repercussions.
it's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't
Yeah.
take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that as well. But yeah, I think that's a yeah. You're the guy. I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. So, yeah. I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right.
A little bit of glazing, a little bit cringe. Don't need to throw it too much, all right? I understand, Dogpack, fucked up. I understand MrBeast has the capability of doing things right. He's right. But a little bit of glazing, a little bit of sucking, a little bit of swallowing. No need to glaze. Glaze me instead, frankly.
And stop slander, misinformation, etc.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Disinformation. Big difference.
Yeah.
Misinformation
They're cousins.
It could be an accident. Disinformation, not an accident.
Let's see. So now to move on to CoffeeZilla, one of my favorite YouTubers. There was a comprehensive report published that painted a negative light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you.
Let's go.
To what extent were you involved in these crypto transactions, and how do you respond to CoffeeZilla's video on you detailing these allegations? I thought he gave you a benefit of the doubt in that video.
Yeah.
I think he's a very reasonable guy, to be honest. I think he's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares.
Do you think if Dogpack got sued, that the lady with the cake channel will get sued as well? Oh, you mean Rosanna Pansino? Yeah, that's 1,000% possible. Because she did slander him in the video, accusing him of knowing that Chris Tyson was sending CP. That was straight up slanderous. So yeah, I think it's very possible. And who knows how many other things we can pick out from her videos that would be straight up bullshit.
About, like, doing the right thing, which is pretty rare on YouTube. How do you how would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah, Coffee's video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing. Was this? Did you see it? Like that? Yeah. So the gist of this crypto report that was. 1 second. Sorry, it's not my.
Why did you drink water at the same
gist of
time
this-
as me? Why did you do that? Bro needs to clear his throat.
This report was Jimmy is too stupid to, like, make this kind of money, therefore it must be insider trading. This is his wallet. Clearly there was insider trading, because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. I've never had access to that wallet. I've never done the buying and selling of that wallet. There's an actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every second of the day managing it. So most of the allegations there, like, are just answered by, like, I am too stupid to do that. That's why a fund.
But what about, like, the replies to the specific funds that were then pumped and dumped? Like, what about that? What about him on the podcast talking about the trades that were being made for CryptoPunks? I don't know, Jimmy. You know, it's like, I don't manage the fund. Well, you still make money off of it. You still benefit from it. We saw the Twitter replies where you were, you know, clearly signaling towards the funds that were about to be handled. Are you saying someone else runs your Twitter account? Like, come on. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really buy that. I don't really buy that. I don't really buy that.
Fund was managing it, you know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like if he literally said this in a video. If you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything and just checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're going to go.
Yeah, but saying I'm just too stupid is not much of an answer. That's not much of an answer. That doesn't really explain it, dude. Come on.
You know, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is like,
some of it could be coincidental. Maybe.
like I make videos. I'm running 7 businesses. I got a lot going on. And yeah, I invested in a crypto fund. They invested on my behalf. And I've never like had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you.
Well, what about, dude? I just to retread the Coffee video a bit, he had some really interesting podcast clips. Unless these are talking about some other thing that wasn't the thing that was pumped and dumped, but I don't think that's really the case.
I invested.
And we've got some clips here that are going to be interesting.
A book on Bitcoin, so he's a crypto guy. And I found Jason tweeting about another CryptoPunk saying, I hope you enjoy your new home, sold for 100 ETH. That sale he's talking about links back to the same address MrBeast does, Wu-Tang Clan. On YouTube, there's even more clues. Jason can be seen surfing wearing a Wu-Tang Clan shirt, and his brand name, Going Parabolic, happens to be owned by the same MrBeast wallet, goingparabolic.eth. So there's very good evidence that Jason Williams was also involved in this same wallet, which means that it might be true that MrBeast wasn't the guy buying or selling, which would be good for MrBeast and bad for these investigations. But just when I thought MrBeast might have no say in what this wallet did, I saw this podcast with Logan Paul, where Jimmy discusses CryptoPunks once again and things get complicated.
So me and Logan both bought punks. You guys have probably seen on his Twitter that he bought a bunch of crypto punks at the same time, right?
Yep.
Gary pulled us
Yep.
in that call.
Yep.
So have you ever?
Like, is he saying this is a separate wallet? Is that what his explanation would be? That he had a separate wallet where he bought these punks, but then the other one was the fund that was managed, bought the others? Like, it doesn't really make sense.
Ever told that story?
No.
Gary V, it's like 11 p.m. just out of nowhere, just calls me and he's like, "Yo, I got like 30 people to call. Hop in." I'm like, I don't care. He's like, "It'll be the best decision of your life. Just get in." I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah.
And so I just joined the call. And I just see like Logan and I don't even know these other people. I don't
Yo.
want to put them on blast.
Every heavy hitter you can imagine who's
Exactly.
worth $1 billion.
Like, I could be wrong here, but I don't really buy it. Like, this clip looks really fucking bad. Looks really bad. I don't think the I'm stupid explanation really works for that.
Was on this one call, and Gary V is in the little corner, the little square. He's going,
Like, you're showing some involvement in the trades here, right? Saying that you bought it.
CryptoPunks. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be the next Facebook. All of us were like, okay,
Everyone's
Gary.
judging. I'm texting Logan.
He's
I'm like,
is
Gary lost
this
his mind.
legit? Bro, all of us were like, yo, Gary's nuts. Yo, Gary.
What I'm getting from that is that he thinks Coffee's calling him too stupid to actually make money, so he has to scam. Beast took it as an insult to his intelligence. His excuse is that he's too smart. No, it's kind of the opposite. It's that he thinks that Coffee's explanation was that MrBeast is too stupid, but that's not really what Coffee said. Coffee said that he didn't really buy the explanation that MrBeast was not in on any of this, right?
He was right again.
That I bought a bunch.
Wait.
Yeah,
I
quite a few. I don't want to say it, but
You have to say-
please.
bro, you
I
have to.
I bought multiple ones. Yeah.
Well, bro, are you in double digits, punks?
Double, just shy.
Even if Jimmy wasn't fully aware, giving him full charitability, he posted on his Twitter account associating himself with these crypto accounts. Crypto tokens would be what you mean, but yes. And he also publicly posted associating himself with the fund. I mean, his brand was used to, represent the investments from that fund in these tokens, the MrBeast brand. So I don't necessarily buy that he had no idea. Like, you have no idea? I don't know.
You could probably even look at it and see like days where I was like maybe in solitary confinement or like doing a video where I didn't even have access to a computer and there's trading. So for the conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's got to be some way where you could just figure that out, like where I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah, that's like the honest transparency is, I was in a crypto fund and people thought I owned the wallet and it's called Wu-Tang Clan. Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
So
Additional context, there are additional crypto investigation questions that were asked the next day that we'll place at the end of this video. Okay. Well, if we're going to get some follow-up, that's good, because I think follow-up is really important. I don't think that explanation was enough, really, to be honest.
I feel like that's another indicator.
This response is not enough. I said from the beginning I wouldn't buy this kind of response, and I don't.
I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
I had to educate myself on what Wu-Tang Clan was. Okay. Yeah.
I think that's pretty interesting. Because, yeah, I mean, like, the whole, like, just YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just, like...
Agreed. And that's why I literally put it in a fund, because I was like, I don't want to, like, fuck with this stuff and, like, be... I just, like, I want someone who knows what they're doing to do it, to make sure things are above board. So that's literally why I did that, right? It's because I was like, if I'm buying and selling it, maybe I mess things up or do something dumb. So I was like, oh, this fund is led by someone who knows what he's doing. Here you go. That was literally the whole logic behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. On to some philanthropy and... Okay,
that's moving on from that way too fast. Maybe Oompaville hadn't seen that video yet in full and didn't, I don't know. But I just, I feel like more clarification is needed. In fairness, they said they added it at the end of the video, so I'll have to see what's said there. But this explanation in and of itself is just not, something I'm necessarily buying, to be honest with you.
And charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of disproving video. Yeah, how do you...
We need coffee to interview him? Yeah, that would be good. I'm curious if he would agree to that, but that would be good for sure.
You intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy?
Yeah.
And how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for...
Yeah. I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope, like, I just need people to, just stop making videos titled MrBeast fakes his philanthropy with devil horns on and the thumbnail on my head.
Honestly, he's one of the busiest guys in the world. I can buy his excuse. I would be more willing to buy it if there wasn't, like, video evidence of him on a podcast talking about the trades being made, him responding on his Twitter account to the specific accounts that were pushing the tokens, talking about the trades being made. Like, it just doesn't, if he's so busy, why is he directly talking about some of this shit? Why can you draw a through line to, like, this token? Here's MrBeast responding to it on Twitter with the eyes emoji. Here's the fund buying and then dumping it, right?
Just stating facts that aren't facts, because, as long as people are just spreading that disinformation, I mean, it's gonna be pretty hard to convince these people. But hopefully, once that dies down, I think it's just more of a time thing. Because, it'd be nice, because the charity definitely needs that whole disinformation thing to kind of just stop. I spend $150,000 a month, so I pay for the employees'
Thanks for the
salaries,
dono,
so all
go.
the revenue from the videos go straight towards doing our project. So I cover all this employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can spend all that money on buying shirts for homeless people or whatever it is. So I put that money in, but this this past week when we also put.
I bet there's going to be body language analysis, Jimmy. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't really buy that shit because it's mostly pseudoscience, but it might be funny to watch. But body language analysis is not the end-all, be-all. You know what I mean? Thank you for the dono, CS Explorer. Skibidi.
$150,000 in the account. I had to put another $1 million in to make up for 2 lost brand deals. So I'm now having to plow money in on top of the,
MrBeast provided some proof of his contribution to the charity account in the document below. Okay. Contribution to the charity account in the document below. Do you have proof of the $1 million you had to give to Beast Philanthropy? Mr. Charity Inc. Commercial checking, $1 million. See analysis statement. Okay. There's a wire fee. So I guess that is, decent screenshot. MrBeast continues to surround himself with bad people. Goes Izzle, the audio company that worked on the 1 versus 100 video. Their CEO was accused of grooming. Seeing I was with the CEO can confirm, sadly. I mean, that's too bad, but at the end of the day, if he's just hiring, to push back on that a little bit, if you're just contracting out a company to help you with dubbing, you have no, first of all, we don't even know if he made that call. And secondly, Like when I say the call to actually get that dubbing company. And secondly, like if you collaborate with a company, does that mean that you're implicit in everything that they do? You know what I mean? Also, accused of grooming is a lot different than like there being definitive proof. And like the existence of an accusation in and of itself does not mean that that person is a bad person. So I'd push back on multiple fronts on that, you know? Like the existence of a business partnership with a separate entity to help you do dubbing doesn't mean that he's surrounding himself with bad people. You know what I mean? Maybe for Adolf Hitler. Well, I would like to see MrBeast work with him to, you know, rebuild his image a little bit.
$150,000 a month I'm already plowing in on top of filming the videos and doing all that. And it's just, yeah, it's just brutal, to be honest, because I can't do that forever. So, because I'm already putting a lot of money into it. And so, yeah, hopefully, I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully, like, people just kind of.
Chris Tyson. Let's see some Chris talk.
Just don't attack the channel. It's literally a 501c3. Like, that'd be nice, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, that one is weird to me because it's like
I would unironically. This is a crazy sentence, but unironically, if instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I had just started any other channel, like I don't know, like a channel where I just sit down and talk, and kept all the money and just bought a $10 million mansion after like 2 years, I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion, that version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit that the version.
Completely.
Yeah. And so it's like, but that's not why I do it, because I actually would get less hate if I just stopped the Philanthropy channel, but I just want to help people and it's cool projects and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's absolutely the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a.
R says, which come from sponsorships, not his own money, so selling himself as a charitable person falls flat. Okay, R, that is fucking retarded again. You in my chat are a fucking moron. You realize that he could easily just pocket that money that comes from the sponsorship. You realize he is in a position to get more money on sponsorships than any other person in the world, in the fucking world. Okay? It is still, okay, by that fucking notion, okay? Do you think that sponsorships are not income? Do you think sponsorships are not income? Are you a fucking idiot? Sponsorships are how a ton of YouTubers make their money. Is donating money a bad thing? Oh, well, he didn't even need that money in the first place. Yeah, so what? Are you supposed to go into the negative every single day? RC retarded to ban. I feel like he'd be breaking the Geneva Convention. I completely agree. Is our guy a troll? No, he's not. I constantly hear shit like this. Okay, pal, winking out on me twice now. Don't you tell others to just ignore chat when this happens to them? You're commenting on a public live stream. On my public live stream. You are making retarded points, okay? Hence your name. Why are you getting upset when I respond to you? This is the point of a live stream. To interact with chat. To talk about the video that I'm watching and to interact with the chat. That's the fucking point. Muted. Based.
Part out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that? I mean, you did get here a little fast, to be honest.
Like, bro, I'm giving an opinion. So am I! That's what I'm doing. I'm responding to you.
You teleported
The sad
in.
part is he was being serious in it. And,
Yeah, he cut that part out.
And that he showed that part publicly. And people still were like, okay, well, Kim saying Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church. Because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse. And like, he unironically was claiming I was the Antichrist in the same video as all these other accusations. But everyone's like, oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true. When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna like be like, okay, maybe he's just, you know, but didn't change anything.
I mean, yeah, does it like bother you? Did that bother you specifically, or is it just? I mean, because like, how do you even?
Tom, when he makes a Hitler joke, aha, base Tom. When a random chatter has an opinion, retard. When a random chatter has an opinion. There are a lot of random chatters having opinions today that I've said nothing about. Why do you think that is, R? It's because your opinion is retarded. Your opinion is misinformed. Your opinion came out of your butthole rather than your brain. And it's fun to shit on you in my chat. You are entertainment to me. You're actively funding me, okay? Because I get to make this VOD longer by yelling at you. And I get to make more money on it. Every time you type in my chat, I get another ad in the VOD on the Tom Dark Live channel and make more money off of it. So yes, you are a part of me. You are a part of my scheme. You're a part of the content now. I will squeeze you dry for every cent you give me.
I'm not the Antichrist. I mean, where's the Bible?
Yeah,
I'm not the Antichrist. There you go.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is. We live out here in the sticks.
Yeah.
All right, and they're like, his name is Beast. It's got the 6,000. That's a 6. Like people, I think that's very funny, to be honest, and in like an ironic way. I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what that means. I see those like conspiracy theories occasionally, and I don't even. Like if I was just like, I tweeted, yes, I'm the Antichrist. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah. Do you ever speak in Babylonian curses?
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've stopped speaking in tongues.
We need to stop joking like this because that's gonna be the
People
next.
are
It's gonna be the next more Pegasus video.
MrBeast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show him a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you plan? So back to philanthropy, to things that actually matter and are actually important, because that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be.
Oompa, we're being serious.
Yeah, it's
Vegas
serious.
is destroyed.
Lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very serious.
Oh.
Do you plan to provide more transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for Peace Philanthropy, your 501?
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too.
We kind of already went over this. Talk about Chris Tyson, goddammit. I'm being kind of schizo, but talk about Chris Tyson. Talk about Chris. Talk about my girl, dude.
For the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit our books. We pass the audit every year, and we make those things public.
Transparent.
Also, I actually
Chris.
called CoffeeZilla like 9 months ago, and I asked him to do a video where he like broke down. Maybe it was 9 months ago. I don't know the exact month, but like break down Beast Philanthropy and try to find anything fraudulent in there, because we're super anal about every penny spent on the charity. So if anyone wants to do a deep dive on our charity, I would love that, because it would be awesome. So people could see the links we go to on the main channel. We don't have much transparency, but I mean, it would just be depressing if I showed people, because a lot of our newer philanthropic videos we do on the main channel, like building 100 houses, wells, blind people, we don't do brand deals on them. So those videos lose a ton of money because we definitely don't make enough money off the ad revenue to pay for them. So every single time we do one of those videos on the main channel, it's usually -1 or -2 million dollars. So I mean, that's basically the transparency. When I do it on the main channel, they typically lose a fuckload of money. The charity, if anyone wants to like deep dive the books, that'd be awesome. I've been wanting some YouTuber to do that so we could show like how impressive what we do is.
Do you I've heard you repeatedly talk about how much money is lost or whatever. What makes like money? Like how do you? How
Feastables. Sell food. So obviously it is profitable. But yeah, I mean the content is just we lose a lot of money on our content. I don't want to say it because but it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like Feastables and things like that. As a whole, we're gonna lose money this year, especially because of everything going on. Didn't really help.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the transparency. I mean, obviously, you can, like you mentioned, you can audit
The Peace
charities.
Philanthropy books.
They're totally public. So
yeah, I would love to fly someone out. We've unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple of YouTubers. They just were like, "Well, if you're asking."
Would you have interviewed Mr. Beast since he did DM you? If he offered it, for sure. I would unironically be like, let's do it in 3 weeks, because I would like get like a master document ready for everything and go through all the evidence and screenshots and have it on screen. So yes, I would be willing to, but realistically, it makes sense for him to go for a larger platform like Ubaville. Ubaville's a lot more famous than I am,
Asking us, then there's probably nothing there, so why would I do a video on it?
Yeah.
So like people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah, of course.
But I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the Beast Philanthropy financials, because people have so many like theories exactly, and I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like they just literally say no when I ask. Anyways, yeah.
Some fans feel like there is a fine line between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So, I think that's a very valid concern that people have, and I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain because people are going to just be like, well, just be a rich guy and donate all your money, and you have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like that. It's a really hard argument to win, I guess. But if you had to explain that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I never cared about this argument. This is something the commies used to make on Twitter back in the day. Like, he's exploiting people, and it's like, okay, well, they willingly are in a YouTube video. They're all legal adults, basically. So even if they're not, like, they're all willingly in the video. They want to be there. He is helping them out with the video, and the video being posted on YouTube and getting a bunch of money from it then allows them to do more charitable work. So this is not a concern I've ever had. This is just a thing that Twitter communists cry about all the time.
Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video, because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, but I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive, the next video we're flying, like comparing it, the world's cheapest plane ticket, the most expensive, the other we're helping 1,000 people see, the other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see again would be completely different than the answer for when I put 100 people in a circle or whatever. So as a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to like just blanketly answer it. Besides, like, that is something I'm very aware of, and like we try to pick people who don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think. Yeah, it's a tough.
Like
tough
when we were doing the helping 1,000 people see again, like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, we just be like, that's fine. You can still have the surgery. Like, so a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more, less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it. And we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Like sometimes people, we make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And like, anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, like, if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. Like, it's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I'd prefer not to. And it's like, cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool. Yeah, I think.
Talk about Chris.
That's like a running joke. Is like,
Talk about Chris.
On camera, you have to be a part of it.
That's a part of why I like doing so many, because like if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's like I don't need all of them. You know what I mean? Like
that would be a long video.
Exactly. I mean, we show like rapid fire so people can see proof that we did that many, but it's like if 100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera, it's not a big deal.
Now, to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness video.
Did you guys see that Cold Ones did a video where somebody got this thumbnail tattooed on themselves? That was fucking awesome. This is not even a joke, by the way. I was watching the Cold Ones interview with MrBeast last night, and they showed him that. I thought that was pretty funny. Just finished the IRL video, fire content. Glad you liked it, bro. Pump it up.
There was a nonprofit that alleged it was.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yeah, it was alleged that it was not paid.
Yes.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that you said alleged. I mean, we didn't. So they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We off camera actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And for a lot of them, we worked through with the charity just to make sure things were, because they had a lot of experience with this. And then that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say around 30. And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to them afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it, so we ended up paying for like 970, and like I didn't know of this, but like that little misunderstanding never got taken care of. So then the charity that did the 30 surgeries made a video saying, "Hey, we didn't."
Thank
get
you,
paid.
Cried Wolf.
Somehow that never ended up on my radar for 8 months, which is honestly crazy. I don't know how.
Big
no one
ups,
sent
bro.
that to me. We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago, and I was like, "Whoa!" I instantly called the team we were working with.
Yeah, this is the problem, right, with any of these allegations about the charity stuff. If anything goes wrong, people in the public, because he's so hated right now, immediately assume malice. I buy his explanation for this. This also went over more in the Soggy Cereals video, but I do buy the explanation for this. Ultimately, I think that makes sense. I find it hard to believe that he would just like knowingly not fund the charity, because like, let's say he is like this sociopathic, Machiavellian, evil person. That's obviously going to come out at some point. Somebody's going to talk about it because it's breaking the law if you're promising people money and then not following through with the charity thing, right? Like that is, that is illegal. So ultimately that would be talked about publicly, and it would be, getting him in even more shit. So ultimately, I do buy his explanation for this particular point. Thank you, Tohu Live, for becoming a member.
But then I was like, what's going on here? And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was just like, I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously, just a little misunderstanding. 1,000 surgeries. Even if you just, here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If we did 970 surgeries, why would I intentionally not pay the last 30 to save 3%? Just
True.
nuke the entire rep of the video just to save 3% of money. A, that just doesn't even seem logical. B, what makes it even less logical is we did 800 more eye surgeries off camera. And obviously, now I'm over-explaining things, but I have to, because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil, and using this as proof that I don't care, and using this as proof that I fake things, the horns, yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail, and the mishap, and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera and swap it out for those? And just, put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for off camera. It's almost like I didn't know, because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put them in the video because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video and he uploaded a video saying, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. But everyone just conveniently ignores that because it doesn't help their narrative. So
It's not as fun.
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge projects. Like, I'd love to see any of the people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like 1,000. That is, well, actually we did 1,800. So 1,800. It was just a lot of stuff. Like, it's, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards and things like that. Like, some of these were in poor places. They don't even have phones. So, yeah, a little bit of a whoopsie. But we fixed it when we found out about the whoopsie. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect to not make mistakes with an operation that's big.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen.
When I
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even Oompaville glazing. That is a perfectly reasonable explanation. So I buy that one. Put a point in the MrBeast cookie jar, piggy bank. Okay, put it in there.
we fix them.
Yeah, and then say there's transparency there. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a non-issue.
I mean, you would think that, but plenty of thumbnails.
It took Team C's 3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being dumped into the ocean every day. And a lot of people have criticized the campaign as being ineffective and that you should have been doing something else instead of Team C's.
Yeah.
This is Quinn Theo made a video about this, basically making the point that the charity was completely pointless and dumb, and it claimed to be saving the world, but in reality, it only turned around like 0.1% of the trees being planted, which I thought was such a dumb criticism. It's like, well, 0.1% is still a good thing. Moving the needle is still good. Anybody who thinks that MrBeast personally is saving the environment right now, like as a whole, like he's turning the entire planet around, is retarded, and that's never even something that's been claimed. So I thought that criticism in of itself was dumb. I would say I don't care, but in reality I do care, because the criticism itself from the beginning was so bad. So yeah, I thought that was pretty dumb.
Yeah, like how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So first off, because I get this a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash, if you piled it up, is out of the ocean. And we're acting like that's not a crazy thing if you just look at it in absolute terms. Like 34 million, not 30.
A single person can't save the planet, or a company his size. I mean, yeah, no single company can save the planet. Ultimately, moving the needle a little bit in terms of him being the biggest YouTuber in the world and establishing that as a trend, and his company continuing to grow and upholding those standards is good, and it will encourage other companies to do it. Will it encourage them to do it because it'll make them look good and make them look better and have good PR rather than actually doing the right thing out of the goodness of their heart? Yeah, of course, because the company's motive at the end of the day most of the time is to just make money and nothing else, right? So other companies would just do it for the purpose of good PR. But moving that needle regardless is still a good thing.
34,000.
I joined a little late. What's the takeaway from this interview so far? Do you think Oompa's asking good questions? Overall, he's asking good questions. I would have liked to see a little more pushback on the Coffeezilla interview question, but he did say that there's going to be more information and specifics talked about towards the end of the video, so that's promising. I'm curious to see how that goes. Overall, he's doing a pretty good job, I would say.
Million pounds. You know how crazy that is? And there's a couple things I want to say on this because I find it funny. It's like when I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What do you do?
Exactly.
Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So that's I don't even know where that's a good analogy. That just popped in my head.
That's good.
B, what was I actually gonna say? Oh, the whole point though of Team C's, which we've said this multiple times publicly, same thing with Mark Rober, was to inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to just care and be more aware, right? Over 1,000 creators made videos on Team C's talking about the environment. I made a video that I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rober, all these other big creators, and all these people that look up to these creators saw a video of these creators talking positively about the environment. And my thing I would say to them is when people are like, "Oh, it only removed half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean." How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade? You know what I mean? No one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda. I stand by Team C's. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good. And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me. It was the whole YouTube.
Why does MrBeast's face look like a crappy AI filter? You might be being weirded out just by the camera because the camera's decent quality, so it's kind of making him look kind of weird. People say I look like an AI on video because the camera for some reason blows out my face. You can't see any of my blackheads, which I promise are all over my nose. I don't have skin nearly as perfect as this camera would lead you to believe. But yeah, maybe that is why. That could be it.
YouTube community, but if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean plus
it could also be because the camera is focused on him and the background is blurred out. It looks like it's a green screen to you.
Inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it. I think it's a win. So I'm actually glad I got to say this here because that is just something that I just feel like is absurd, to be honest.
Yeah. Another topic in the same vein is the 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video, part of the criticism for that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean,
He's saving the Africans. Okay, the Africans are all saved as a result of MrBeast. But did you know that even though he built 100 wells, we actually need to build 100,000 for all the Africans to have clean drinking water? Didn't you know that? He barely made a dent. He didn't do anything. Charity is only because it makes him look good. Charity is a tax write-off. The Dutch bag slapper is a phenomenon in which a turd lands vertically in the toilet bowl, causing it to collapse forward and impact the scrotum. What are you talking? Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that happened. I've personally never had my shit hit my balls before, but you never know what's gonna happen.
would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing. Seems like I need to have someone who QCs things before we upload it more hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. We finish a video and then they spend 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think one or two of the wells we accidentally showed this same well as different numbers.
How do you think Dogpack will respond to this? I have no fucking idea. Literally none. I can't predict the next move at this point. Okay, this drama has been a twist. This drama has been full of more twists and turns than any situation I've ever covered, which makes sense given the fact that it is about the biggest YouTuber in the world and there's so many claims, but I have literally no idea, dude, how it's going to go. I have no idea.
But once again, I said with the blind thing, why would I spend 98% of the money and then just fake two wells, and destroy the entire integrity to save 2%? I'm glad we're hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos saying the philanthropy's fake, that's the one that bothers me the most because we go so above and beyond. Honestly, if you could just delete them, that'd be great. So, it's so bad, man. because it makes charities not want to work with us, and it makes it just really has made doing the projects we want to do a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make how I've asked you how it makes you feel? You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. This charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know a fellow Darren is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but there's some good people obviously involved in this. How does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean,
Right.
we're never gonna stop. But yeah, it's
There's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that's why I'm here.
Right.
One of the reasons why I'm here. I'm hoping this puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down, and we can go back to the status quo where I can actually do brand deals and help people, and charities want to work with us and things like.
Dogpack could just say it was all a prank. I guess that's one good. That's one good rebuttal. It was all a dream.
That, but I mean, shocker, sucks. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good, but it's not even about me. I mean, it's a lot of these things. What bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity. Regardless of the people we help and the projects we do, I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity. You know what I mean? And those people, I just. A lot of these things, the first thing that jumps in my mind is it's just not fair to them. You know what I mean? Think of the Wells Project. We worked on that for a year. You know what I mean? Think of my employees who worked on that and poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year, and then some small editing slip up, and now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their family, so they made, is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's kind of it's very depressing for them too. And I'm what do I say? I'm it's brutal, to be honest. Mm-hmm. For them, more even more than me, because they're obviously I have a lot going on, multiple business, and I'm always filming videos. But we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and when those videos get deliberate disinformation, it's I could tell it really impacts the people that worked on them, because it sucks. That was your life, and then people are just oh, this small little mistake, it's fake. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's brutal.
Chris.
How much charity do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also, some people
We're gonna skip a little bit.
YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism I get, which is funny, because if I do something off camera, how do you know about it? So all the people who tweet all the time or whatever go, you wouldn't do it. You know what? It sounds like I have to help us transition an entire week in Ghana, passionate about, and
if people don't know it exists, obviously they're not gonna know that it fucking exists. Yeah. And if you're doing it, you're damned if you do. Once again, you're damned.
Because even me saying it here, did that just defeat the purpose of everything I did?
Some people allege, the internet alleges, some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
No transcript yet. Fuck. There's no transcript. God damn it.
Or anything. So maybe that's too crazy of a statement, but it's just something I'm noticing. I'll do a video.
Where's the horse? Great question.
Whatever, buried by stuff alive. No one criticizes it. It's oh, this is a good video, they'll watch it. And then I'll do a video where I build 100 houses. Everyone loses their mind, and give it to homeless people. Videos, because they're just fun, and it just makes life more fun.
Yeah, that's fair. It's weird, because it's a point of contention on Twitter, and people, philanthropy videos, they really are a huge point of contention on Twitter. And people, you said that if you spent $5 million. Over the last few months, people noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor.
Oh, this is one I actually care about. Okay, yeah. Because there were people saying that, essentially, people were saying that MrBeast was using child labor for his chocolate because he had this little notice taken off of his website. And Soggy Cereal had a good response to that, but I'm curious what Beast is going to say. Because basically there was this video that came out, I think we watched on stream, that was somebody saying, I think that this certification being removed from the website, from the branding, is clear evidence that MrBeast is now using unethically sourced cocoa and using child labor for his chocolate. And I was like, well, I mean, maybe it looks bad that he got the certification removed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he is fucking using child labor. You need proof of that. You need proof that he's using child labor. There could be something else going on there.
And slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is, it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale. And and it no longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted this to mean that your chocolate is no longer ethically sourced, and it implies that it is using child labor or slave labor. Yep. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that one was a crazy one when I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. What's funny is any of those creators, I'm just going to say it, you could have just literally messaged me and I could have given you the facts, but, you know, they didn't. And so that was like a crazy few days. Like, I actually, before I go into how we do ethically source our cocoa and these are just flat out lies, I even, when that, there's so many arcs of like.
He has a contract with Tony Chocoloni's, right? They use a different term. Yeah, Dogpack went in, or sorry, not Dogpack. Soggy Cereals went into that and how it's actually seemingly still ethically sourced.
Allegations, that allegation arc. I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically source our cocoa, and we even did a press release, and like I literally shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give a little bit of a longer answer on this so people truly, because I want to make sure people actually understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's also very important as well.
No, this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all of them. Like, saying we use slave labor is like, that's crazy.
And also, we preface this by saying that Feastables is one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So, you know, the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than.
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If
I found it interesting when he said he basically makes no money off the content and it's all from Feastables. I knew he had lost a lot of money on certain videos, like some of the huger videos with big productions like the Squid Game one, but I wasn't under the impression he made literally zero money from the videos on average, right? I didn't think that was the case at all. I could believe it considering all the productions look very expensive, and you know, typically even if you get like 100 million views in a video, it might not offset the millions of dollars being spent there, but yeah, I was surprised by the fact that it, at least, I mean, he didn't say he makes no money off all the videos, but he said that like a lot of them were operating at a big loss, right? He said mostly. Yeah, I saw that. That's what I just said. Is that not what I just said?
You know, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just, yeah. So anyways, to get into it, yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa because people just, big chocolate just wants to buy cocoa as cheap as possible. Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again, I'm going to really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally have put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And like, yeah, so majority of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa. Feastables early on, we sourced from Peru, which Peru doesn't have ethical problems. But after we started getting bigger, all roads lead to you have to source from West Africa because that's just where most of the world's cocoa is grown. And that's where things are the worst and the most unethical. So when we were switching our supply chain to West Africa as we were getting bigger, the company that is the gold standard that has been living and breathing this for the last 15 years is Tony's Chocolonely. Have you heard of them? Yes. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They are nuts about this stuff. Like they've done all the research. They live and breathe it, like on how to eliminate child labor, how to, you know, best support the farmers, how to everything you can think of, which I'm about to go in depth on. And so I was like, hey, I need to talk to these guys. These guys know what they're doing. And so I spent a lot of time with them, and we actually formed a joint partnership with where we sourced through Tony's Open Chain with Feastables and Tony's Open Chain when we were moving over there. And this has been a thing well before the controversy. Before anyone says, oh, it's only because of controversy, it was a thing before the controversy. And basically, 100% of Feastables cocoa is fair trade certified, which is expensive. It's basically the most expensive certification you can have on it, which for most chocolate companies would be enough. You'd get your cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified means? Mm-hmm. Okay, do you think your viewers know? No. So if someone was like, you're unethical.
The slave labor makes the chocolate taste better. That's why Feastables taste so bad. Jimmy will make Feastables ethical by forcing Dogpack 404 to farm cocoa for the rest of his natural life. I will say, and I've said it before, but it is true. The original Feastables formula, the one that was like supposed to be all healthy, that one tasted like shit. That one was straight up bad. I tried the normal one. I tried the D's Nuts. That was just bad chocolate. He was coping by saying that it was like tasted better than Hershey's. It didn't. The new formula tastes good. The new formula actually is pretty good. It tastes, I mean, it doesn't taste the same exact as Hershey's, but like it's pretty good. The milk chocolate one, I have no problem with it. I might even pick it out if I had to among different candies, just because it does taste good. The Crunch Bar in particular I like a lot, and I like normal Crunch Bars, but the Crunch Bar I think is a little bit better than the Hershey's Crunch Bar. But the old formula was fucking trash. It was straight up doggy doo-doo.
And I just said, my beans are fair trade certified, my chocolate. 99% of people would be like, okay, good enough. That makes sense. So like, I could have just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade. I don't think that's enough. And so not only are 100% of Feastables beans fair trade certified, but 100% of them we also pay a living income reference price. Have I mentioned any of this to you before? No. Okay, so 100 living income reference price, which this is why it's hilarious how people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. And I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading severe information. So
yes, they were, and they were so confident about it too. They were so fucking confident about it. And I remember just being like, there's no actual evidence of this. Like, there needs to be proof that he's using slave labor. You can't just say he took the badge off, therefore he has child slaves making Feastables right fucking now. But it's just one of those things that got signal boosted because in the midst of the drama, every single claim was validated. And that's the annoying thing. People doing that shit, people spreading baseless slander takes away from the actual allegations, right? It could very well be the case that people come away from this interview thinking that MrBeast is 1000% base and did nothing wrong. When in reality, the CoffeeZilla thing, the one illegal lottery he did do, and who knows how he'll respond to Chris Tyson, that stuff could be very, very fucking bad. Or the Amazon lawsuit stuff, right? With the allegations of the contestants being mistreated. That stuff is really important. But by people making false claims and spreading bullshit confidently and not getting any pushback, you make way for people to get away with everything they've ever done because then it looks like it's all bullshit.
For us, one of the main drivers of child labor in cocoa is poverty. Like, they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say, don't use child labor, because if they can't afford to pay a grown-up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. They have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have to pay a living income. So there's a thing called living income reference price where they look at, and tell me if I need to dumb it down or whatever, I don't know. But they look at inflation, the cost of bread, basically the cost of living in these areas in West Africa. And they say, hey, if a farmer sells you a metric ton of cocoa, they need to get paid blank to actually be able to live. If you're paying under that, it's just not reasonable for them to live, which then will mean for them to.
Destiny brought up the idea of starting a company to make 20 fake accusations when someone makes one real one. I feel like I talked about him with that on stream or something. That was awesome. That needs to be done.
Live there and have to use child labor. So 100% of our beans we pay a living income reference price. So if a farmer theoretically
tell me I need to dumb it down, I'm smart AF. Okay, Rex, if you don't like him, you don't like the way he talks, fair enough. But realistically speaking, the average person is not up to date on like ethical cocoa sourcing and all this terminology with the different business terms he's using. So it's okay to say, do I need to dumb it down? That's not saying that you are retarded if you don't understand it. That's saying the average person is not thinking in depth about these different terms that I'm using. Therefore, if I need to put it in more simplistic terms, I can if that's needed, right?
Sold us a metric ton of cocoa for, I'll make up a number, $800. And the living income reference price is $1,000. We'll go, hey, we actually want to pay you $1,000 for that, a $200 premium on top of it to make sure you make enough money to live off of. And that's what we do for all our beans, which is like crazy, you know what I mean? But if we're doing this, we don't want child labor on the farms. And so there's child labor mediation system and there's a lot of stuff. And this is where Tony's has been great to work with. We have people who check in on the farms and, interview the families, interview the kids. If there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So we also have coaches that will work with farms to, on their theoretical hectare, see if there's any way they can educate them so they can get 10% more yield. So for the same farm, they can make 10% more money. Therefore, they're not as in poverty. So it's easier for them to pay, actual labor that's not children. And even I could go on and on. I mean, you tell me how in depth you want to go, but the gist of it is Feastables. We are super cognizant of our supply chain, and I've been over there. I've worked on these farms, literally. I mean, I could probably send you a video if you want to throw it up on screen, so it's not just hearsay. But I didn't film this stuff for this. I just did it because I really wanted to know. And I mean, this is something I was.
Sorry, we've got word from the deep state right now. We have a real video of MrBeast blowing up a hospital. I don't think you guys have seen this. This is real. This is not AI. This is not edited. This is real.
In order to deceive viewers.
Dude, MrBeast is gonna go on a negative arc after this. He's gonna be like, all right, guys, today I blew up a hospital. Instead of building 30 hospitals in Africa, I've blown up 30 at random.
Yeah. That's what we want to see. Love to see it. More charity being done by MrBeast. Just taking those kids out, taking those sick kids out. He did what he needed to do. Those kids are sucking up tax dollars that could be used for people like me, okay, to help me. I'm poor, so love to see it.
Was working on, I mean, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months, like, because I really wanted to make sure we are ethically sourced, and we have the best people in the world working on it. So I mean,
yeah, being associated with Tony Chocolonely as well as that's like they're huge in that world, and there's like some unaccredited sources that claim that they're not slave free, but they're once again unaccredited. Like Tony Chocolonely.
No, Tony Chocolonely is super transparent. So you can see every year they drop a transparency report. And in their last transparency report, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can look it up and throw it up on screen. They said there's no evidence or any traces of slave labor found in their supply chain. So that's not a thing. But the thing is, to answer actually the original question, and it's even Sagi showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation free instead of slave free, which is why we switched it. And on top of that, we just we have new information there instead of just this blanket thing. We're now, or maybe it's being populated or updated. I don't know if I'm quoting like a demo site that we're about to go live or whatever, but I wanted to, like, everything I'm telling you here, I want all that up there. You know what I mean? And which we've been working on. Just honestly, just with all this stuff going on, I've had a lot going on, but I want to, like, these are the kinds of things I want to talk about in videos and start like telling everyone. It's just, these are.
I'm not wrong, bro. Says mention Chris Tyson allegations, Shadman, Lunchley mold, and for the love of God, surgically remove his lips from his own butt cheeks. Definitely Chris Tyson allegations is big. Shadman, Lunchley mold. Lunchley mold I'm less concerned with because while it is pretty gross, I'm more willing to accept that it is like an early product defect rather than like something malicious or some kind of like, you know, it's not like he was trying to get mold into kids' fucking food, right? That would just destroy the product anyway. So I don't think that was, you know, intentional there. It should still be talked about ultimately, but I doubt that that was like a direct result of him making a decision over whoever, you know, the guy that runs Feastables is making that decision, or someone later down the supply chain making that decision to use a certain glue that could have led to an unsealing that could have led to mold being present on the cheese. The more stuff that I'm concerned with really is going to be CoffeeZilla stuff, going more in depth on that, which he said he would later in the video. Umpaville had a note for that. And on top of that, Chris Tyson tied to Shadman, that kind of stuff. Chris knowing Delaware, that's definitely a thing that I want to see talked about. There's probably something I'm missing right now because we did talk about the one illegal lottery. But the Amazon show allegations, that's also stuff I want to see talked about, which I've been told is in this video somewhere. Thank you, Fac and Victoria Nobrega, for becoming members.
There are a little bit more complicated things like explaining a living income reference price and the premiums and fair trade certification and, you know, child labor remediation systems and stuff like that. It's stuff I'm very passionate about, but, you know, a lot of these things like viewers might not understand. So, and, you know, my videos aren't as like, you know, this setting. So it's easy for me to say here, but these are, anyways, before someone's like, why did you talk about that publicly? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Oh, I spent a year plus of my life and all millions of dollars and all this time ethically sourcing my cocoa. And because I didn't show it publicly, it's like, oh, now everyone's criticizing me and they're assuming I'm not and I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of using slave labor.
That's a crazy accusation.
A baseless accusation.
Yeah, it truly, I mean, once again, being associated with Tony Chocolonely is like, that's huge. That's
of course. Yeah. I mean, those were the first people I hit up when we were switching our supply chain over. Like, yeah.
It's cool. Now on to Lunchley.
Oh, all gosh.
Right.
Here we go.
So, friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy Lunchley, and a couple other creators got
friend of the
moldy
show
Lunchleys. And then that began the claims sprouted out of that.
Yep.
What I'm really curious about is how big the moldy Lunchley situation would have gotten if MrBeast wasn't already in shit. Like, would there be million view commentary videos talking about it if that hadn't been the case? Would people defend him? Thanks for the dono, William.
That Lunchley had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
I believe it wasn't actually recalled.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead? Like, what am I on trial? Well, there was no recall. I mean, that's been said, which again, it's like, it's so annoying. It's the disinformation, man, because that makes it seem like there's an actual serious problem. Oh, we're recalling Lunchleys, and there's a sign that, you know, I think Logan even did a video, if you want to throw up, where he like went to the store and that just wasn't real. That like someone put on like a.
This is when Logan docks some random employee who wasn't really responsible for this. Okay, that was kind of crazy.
A door that said Lunchley has been recalled when the shelves are empty by the FDA, which was just a made up thing. Yeah, on the mold thing, here's the thing. we every single Lunchly with cheese meat is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? And we obviously have the best experts in the world. I mean, even once these things come out, I mean, we brought even more. They're pouring up and down the lines, making sure everything's good. It's just, the thing is, here's a context a lot of people leave out. Look at, I don't want to name specific brands but take a specific brand that comes into your mind when you think of something like Lunchly, something that's very similar, specific brand, I don't know, other brands, competitors, and Google their name and put the word mold behind it. You'll see thousands upon thousands of examples.
Really? Okay. So I want to sort by, because when I look it up right now, it's all articles about Lunchly, obviously, because these are more recent stuff. So I'm going to sort by, let me see here, custom range. I'm going to sort by before this shit came out about Lunchly. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to start from, we'll go January of 2023. We'll do February 2023 until, we'll do the end of 2023. We'll do December. All right, there we go. Go. Didn't get anything. I didn't get anything. We'll go even deeper. Hold on. We'll go deeper. Custom range. We'll go 1/01/2010. I have not found anything about mold regarding Lunchables at all. So maybe I'm searching it wrong here, but through images. Oh, yeah, I actually found a lot. Pizza Lunchable, only for the cheese to have mold. The cheese in my pizza Lunchable had mold on it, so I had to improvise. Moldy pizza. Sticky stuff on turkey and Lunchable. Do not eat that, god damn it. Yeah, there are actually quite a few, yeah. I guess it just wasn't covered by the news. It didn't make articles, but definitely happened. Damn, okay. So I guess he was kind of right. There you go. 1 point to the Beast Camp.
Examples. And that, I think, is a key context a lot of people leave out in this, because they're acting like this is just the thing with us. Once it leaves your factory,
Total Lunchables death.
A truck that's delivering it could technically take a sharp turn in a box fall and puncture the seal, or honestly, even something as dumb as like when it's put on the shelves at the store. Like, I can't stop someone from walking to Walmart and grabbing a Lunchly,
right,
going to the potato chip aisle, putting it there, and then like a day later, an employee going, that doesn't belong there, and put it back. And like, I mean, obviously they shouldn't do that. They should throw it away. Of course. But like, so there's no mold when it leaves their factories, because that's just stupid. Why would we ever let that happen? But after that point, you know, there are variables that we just can't control. And that's why every single product in that section, Google their name, put mold behind it. It just occasionally happens. I mean, but we're talking like, I mean, it's moving over 1 million units a week right now. And I'm seeing like maybe a couple examples here and there. So it's like, yeah, it's really, they would have you convinced this is like, it probably
comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare, and it's like, I bet you if you trace most of those cases, it'd be things like, oh, someone just like, I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or they like, when they put it in their car, they like threw it in their car, and then like, you know what I mean? Like, they're just, I can't control these things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, mitigation of mold.
How often is mold found in them? It's hard to say exactly, like statistically, how much mold is found in them. I believe that there was an article saying that there was like as many as 10 reports to the FDA, which seems like a lot, and it is a concerning amount that it's above zero. But at the same time, you know, with thousands and thousands of products being shipped out, there's bound to be some. Past that, one of the things that I am curious about the explanation for is like Rosanna Pansino, for example. She got Lunchly and she claims that she just randomly got a moldy one, right? So did she like leave it out intentionally, or was that genuinely just like 1 in a million chance that she got that, right? And then there was also that other group of streamers, some gamer bras, were unpacking it, and they found one that was moldy. So those are all the examples I can think of, basically.
And shit like that's difficult. You have to. There's a process.
But there isn't. Like, we literally, everything with cheese and meat that we use is USDA inspected and held to such a concern, like you wouldn't even understand. It's like, so it's not a thing until after it leaves. But I mean, when you buy the product, like there are just variables that we can't control.
I understand. Yeah, definitely. And like, you know, you're using the logic of, you can look up the other brand and then mold. Logan Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing, but the reverse logic, and said that other brand led, and then compared that with Lunchly. But I think it's important to state the same thing you're saying about mold. It's possible that, you know, someone could toss something, there's a hole in the package. It's important to also note that food products do contain trace amounts of like cadmium, lead, arsenic, and it's really important QA, like you're talking about, across the.
I would not believe Rosanna with anything related to Mr. Beast at this point. She's obsessed and spite driven. I mean, the thing is, if she makes a claim that's verified, like it's verified, it is what it is. Like, it's still a good claim, but I wouldn't put it past her necessarily to fake the mold. She's willing to falsely accuse him of knowing that Chris Tyson was posting child. So, I mean, beyond that, it wouldn't shock me, but I don't know that happened, so I can't really make that claim without having definitive knowledge, and we'll never really get it unless she admits it, which I don't think she would do, or someone else on her team somewhere testifies to it, you know what I mean? Rosanna should have been interviewing him. That would be a fucking unmitigated disaster. She is straight up retarded. Is that video still up? Yep, it is.
The board, that sort of transparency is important.
I stand with Rosanna. She's absolutely brain dead, but this level of hate over a 2-year-old game of hide and seek is inspiring to see as a fellow hater. That is true. She did wake up early to get it done. That's 1,000% true. She did wake up early to get it done.
Yes. And if there's anyone who, I have people who have done this their entire lives running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks like anything they can educate me on or we're missing, like, I'm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
DM me.
Yeah, I think it was actually really funny. I'm not sure if you saw, because like the food stuff I find very important, and because I have educated myself in it a lot since having my own food company. Like, we manufacture here in this town.
Can I see it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So like that's super important to me. And there was a video that like the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense, because it's hard to like feel like it's, I don't know, it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah. But like seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence, and like you guys promoting Lunchly, and like somebody like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, like traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector with like that. That's just, there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And the same thing you're saying about the mold, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. Which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead.
I honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't. Yeah. I'd have to.
We've got the same one.
Just call Logan Paul retarded. Just do it. You're allowed to. Call him retarded and stop working with a guy that's so bad at handling his own PR and is such a colossal failure of the mind, okay? Just do it. You can do it. You don't need Logan Paul. You can do it without him. Kick him out. Frankly, KSI too, just because he's so goddamn annoying.
It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. Anything that comes from the earth has lead in it. It's very difficult to get lead out of things, and like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not going to find like a little chunk of lead.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that, because it's like it's just like you said, use the word ignorant. It is really ignorant to it's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables or the other brand has lead in it. You know what I mean? And that's
or the other brand.
It's like one of the reasons, because there will be recalls no matter what. Like eventually there's going to be a recall if you have a food product. So yeah, I think it's important to like hold the candle to it all the time. And like just like you're doing with Feastables. I mean, like if there is a good example of approaching things ethically, I feel like you guys have done an excellent job with Feastables. And your PR with Feastables is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than the PR with Lunchly. I think you're doing a really good job with that, to be honest.
Well, Lunchly though, the next SKU, or how would I say? Because not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next
iteration.
The next one.
Flavor.
Flavor. I guess if that's what you'd call me. The next one we're dropping, I think people would be very surprised. Like, we're obviously.
I still haven't been able to find this shit anywhere. I thought it would be really funny to do a review of Lunchly. I can't find it anywhere. Maybe it's because I live in the boonies or something, which I don't. I mean, I live not that far from. I live like hour and a half from Boston, so I feel like I should be able to get it. I feel like I should get it somewhere, but I've searched around for it at different places, haven't been able to find it whatsoever. Haven't been able to find it at the airport. You know, recently when I was traveling, I wanted to get a little snack. Went to look for Lunchly, didn't find it. Only found Lunchables. I did try Walmart. I did.
This business is like 2 months old. Like Lunchly, like we're just getting started. We obviously saw the feedback, and we're incorporating that into the next one. And I'm excited. I should have checked with the team beforehand if I could just say what it is. But I'll tell you off camera. But I think all the criticism and things we obviously are seeing it, and like think everything can be improved, and I think people are going to be very happy with it.
Something health is going to come out.
We're thinking, I don't think they would care if I said like maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe it's like some barbecue sauce, like high quality meat, good source, and like trying to figure out what the side is, but like
my friend's son sold some Lunchables at a school for $30 each. Little Hustler used to sell primes too, full-blown parallel economy in high schools. In high school, when I was like 15 or something, there was this event that the band kids were doing. They were doing an event where they were going to have soda for all the band kids. There was like a big band conference. And what I did is before cross-country practice, I went into the room where they were keeping it. And I didn't know what it was for, but I was like, well, there's all this soda here. What's this? And then this kid that was like a couple years older than me, he was on the cross-country team with me. He was like, hey, man, why don't we just take it? Or maybe I suggested it first. Whatever the case, I claim full responsibility because we 1,000% took it. I loaded up my locker with all that soda, and I then sold it out of my locker, and I probably made like $74 out of the 74 cans I sold. So I personally have always been a profit guy. That's just the kind of guy I am. I sold a lot of soda, and I don't regret it. Frankly, I would do it again. Okay, I was always a hustler early on, and that's how I am now. So fuck the band kids.
like taking the criticism and
I got suspended for doing the same thing. Well, you see, the key to stealing is to not get caught doing it.
applying it. And it's like and just like something like that. I'm very excited about because
that's huge.
Yeah,
that's good. That's awesome because it's like I mean, it was funny the day that I filmed that video. I got a box of Lunchly sent to my house as if it was like some kind of sign, or like I don't know why or how or who sent me it or what. I don't know how the fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It was good. It's like, it's just the quick snack food. And that's what it is. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing. It's like, sure, less bad, whatever, but who the fuck cares? If you're doing something like that, what you're saying there, that's.
What's your opinion on the video so far? Overall, pretty good. There are still things that I want to get addressed, which we'll have to see if they come up later on. Because we've still got about 40 minutes of it left. So there's still stuff that, if the stuff that I want addressed doesn't get brought up, like if Chris Tyson does get mentioned, I'll be, I say, somewhat fuming at it. I think that needs to be addressed somewhat in depth, more so than just that statement Jimmy made. So I'll definitely cope and seethe about that. But yeah, that's what I would say.
Leaps and bounds better.
I know. I'm very excited.
Oompa called it complete garbage on his channel when he ate it. Did he actually, Willie? That's crazy. I doubt it's complete garbage. I bet it's just Lunchables again.
I'm like, I want it out so badly, but it's probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware.
Here we go.
A whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important. It is. So, that in mind, that this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and
Lunchables are also completely disgusting. I love Lunchables personally. I eat Lunchables to this day. I don't give a fuck. I love slop.
I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him, but for the context around it, I hired him when I was 19, so I was a teenager. And this is kind of leans a little bit into what we were talking before. This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school, my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help. And so I walked in because I'm dumb. Like, I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience. But instead, I walked into my local Best Buy, and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was. And I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware. And no, I did not know he was a registered sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us.
This is what Jake the Viking said. Jake the Viking claimed this happened.
Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was I called my mom and I was like, hey, this is like 7 or 8 years ago. Just put this in context. 7 or 8 years ago, not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen? Because someone's claiming this happened. My mom said, I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly, which...
But the thing is, he wasn't a totally random guy. Like we saw in the Gamer from Mars video, there's a lot of archival evidence of Delaware being friends with Chris Tyson before this. So like, did Chris Tyson know? Not necessarily. You know, do I think that Jimmy knew? Not necessarily, but I would like to see that talked about here because that does like, okay, so Delaware's not a totally random dude. He's not a completely random guy, right? Chris Tyson, I believe, worked with Delaware at that Best Buy. So I would like to know what's going on there.
I have a very protective mom, so I mean, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. Like that just doesn't even, like, in what world does that even make sense?
I do believe that, and I honestly don't think that Jimmy knew, but I think it's possible that Chris knew. And I, once again, would like to see that talked about either here or during whatever their conversation about Chris Tyson is.
Yeah,
it's like that. Just, I mean, that's just not even rooted in reality. So, but yeah, it's just.
We don't know they were friends. We just know they worked together. Well, I believe that Delaware did mention Chris specifically on his Facebook page, and if you're mentioning him if you're mentioning Chris on the Facebook page in like a somewhat friendly context, I don't think I completely buy that they didn't know each other or weren't buddies at all. You know,
just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this. I take accountability. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do background checks. 19-year-old me, he stared at retention charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. Like, I can't fully put myself...
You're so scummy, clout sharking right away. John Jay, explain yourself now.
...of the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought, like, hey, Best Buy is worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. Like,
why would Chris know he's a sex offender? He wouldn't necessarily know, but he could have known. He could have known if he was friends with him for a while or knew him at the Best Buy. Nope. Okay. Well, if you don't want to explain yourself, I hope you enjoy your ban from my chat forever. I'm not saying Chris definitely knew, but it's possible. Or it's possible that, I mean, given some of Chris's, behavior and proclivities, that Chris didn't care, at that time. So, I don't know. It's possible. I'm not saying it's definitive. I don't have proof of it, but there is a question there.
They also didn't do background checks. And, like, I probably thought, like, oh, I'm hiring from this big business. It's probably fine. You know what I mean?
Whiskey pickle.
Or maybe I didn't put much thought into it because I was just making videos. But regardless, we do background checks now, and we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time. And it's just...
Why does any of that matter if Chris knew? How's it relevant to Jimmy? Well, Chris was, his longtime friend who lived with him. So maybe Chris could have said something to him, or maybe Chris hid it. To be clear, I'm not saying this proves that Jimmy knew. I'm just saying it is a question that I have. Specifically. Thank you, Aiden, for becoming for the dono. Thank you for the dono, whatever that means.
Unfortunate thing. But I just for context though, just to give to a lot of people listening, like, or watching, I called after that stuff came out too, because I was just curious. I called I don't know the exact number, maybe like 24 YouTubers, and I asked them, like, do you guys do background checks? And I think a dozen of those YouTubers have like more than 10 employees, and literally only 2 of the like 24 YouTubers I called do them. Like 6 of them were like, I don't even know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees. So like, I do not that.
I would like to know when exactly you found out Delaware was an RSO. Yeah, I'd like to know that too. Like, was he fired because he was a registered sex offender, or was he fired for a different reason and then they found out after? Like, when did everybody find out about this? Because clearly Chris Tyson knew, because Chris was using it as a point against Jake the Viking in their Twitter beef prior to this drama, but after Delaware was fired, seemingly. You think this is bad, this chicanery?
I'm not trying to deflect anything or whatever. I'm just trying to give context. Like, it's like, it is a little much to just think that 19-year-old me was just supposed to know that and have this knowledge, and it's unfortunate. And like I said,
yeah. And to be fair, I keep saying that you're the guy. Back then, you weren't the guy.
I was not the guy.
So
calling what I had back then a company would be generous.
That was the boy. You were the boy.
That was the boy. That was the boy. And But yeah, now I have hundreds of employees. We obviously have rigorous standards for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have a video game development company and a candy company. Obviously, both those background checks. But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people.
Isn't it more indicative of Chris's character rather than Jimmy's if he failed to tell him about Delaware's status as a sex offender? Yes, it would be if that is the situation. If Chris knew and Chris didn't say it to Jimmy or something, like, yes, that is more indicative of Chris's character. But to be clear, this is all hypothetical. We have no fucking idea. This is all just in the void shit.
People from Indeed, both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you
has been my
background check
friends.
this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Maybe I'm schizo, but a lot of the stuff he said seems anecdotal. I mean, that is true, but also a lot of the allegations in the first place were anecdotal. Like, we never had any proof that Jimmy knew that he hired a registered sex offender. We just had Jake Weddle saying it. So, you know, it's like, how do you prove a negative? How do you prove that something didn't happen when somebody else is just saying that it did? You know what I mean? Like how do you... It's kind of difficult. That's no excuse. Background check him. It is actually a decent excuse. When you're, like you said, 19 years old and you're starting your first business, like, realistically speaking, it is a decent excuse. The thing is, all these people in chat criticizing him for not background checking the guy. Should he have, retrospectively? Yes, obviously. But none of you will ever be in the position where you actually have to background check anyone, or it's even a thought in your mind. None of you will ever be in a position where you're running a large YouTube channel. Ever. I'll say it right now. I have 10 people who are contractors for me from across the globe. I've never background checked one of them. Now, in fairness, none of them are on camera. None of them are on-camera talent. They're all just people who work for me behind the scenes. I've never background checked a single one of them. I've never done that at all.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right.
Best Buy hired him, so Jimmy probably thought it was fine. I mean, seemingly what he said is not that he thought it would be fine because Best Buy hired them. Instead, what he said was, it wasn't even a thought in my mind that I would have to background check people. Do we know if Delaware was a contractor or an actual employee? I think he was an employee. Delaware wasn't on-camera talent either. He was in some of the videos, so that's not really true. He was on-camera talent sometimes.
Another guy.
An entire dog pack video.
Yeah, dude. He also has a mustache as well. I'm not sure if you know. There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the turn of phrase war crimes. How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So yeah, I think it would make sense to. So for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio, and then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then
his mom should know to do background checks. Well, then I guess criticize his mom. Criticize his mom if you want to do that. Thank you, North, for becoming a member.
It was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there, bunch of other items, blah blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one. How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people, because one of the things is like multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like contestant-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just want to lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 Day Trap together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of their prize pool. And they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty for other people can be, you know, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's going to react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict. And so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, you know what I mean, or to leave at any point. And so in his video, you know, he went 11 days, won $110,000, right? I believe it was 11 days. Yeah. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day. And, you know, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling, and so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him, and we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well, and we ended the challenge, and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video, so we didn't end up uploading it. But
yeah, so my initial criticism was a lot of people were like, Jake Weddle's just yapping. He's retarded. Shut the fuck up, Jake Weddle. Despite Jake Weddle being a goofy guy, I still feel bad for him for the mental distress he experienced during that challenge. And not only that, I think that doing challenges like that, where there's serious potential of psychological torment involved, are probably a bad idea. So I would say that doing those is probably pretty not good, you know, probably pretty not good. In general, I don't think that doing that kind of challenge where it can like potentially ruin your fucking life, you know, going forward. Sleep deprivation has been proven to have serious long-term mental effects. I don't think that stuff should be going on, especially with, I mean, Jake Weddle, look, you know, you can say other people react differently, but I feel like, you know, I see Jake Weddle talk once and I'm like, all right, this guy is on Prozac or something. You know what I mean?
I think the big thing is just, that's why we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like, you know, break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just to like create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like, leave, you know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also voluntary.
It's a voluntary challenge. You can leave at any point.
Paid exponential amounts of money.
Well, wouldn't he just say no? Well, because he was offered like $10,000 a day to do it. You know what I mean? That's why. You know, it's pretty hard to say no to that, even if you think it might cause some harm to you. It's like, well, you can kind of rationalize in your head. It's like, well, at the end of it, I might get a couple $100,000. So you can kind of rationalize doing something bad to yourself. That doesn't mean that the offer in and of itself is ethical just because he could have been paid or the guy could have said no on the other end.
Yeah.
And, you know, after all that stuff came out and he sort of made the claims of how he was mistreated, et cetera, you reached out to him after the fact as well?
Yeah. I mean, now that I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up. But yeah, also off camera, after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey, man, like, obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, you know, mental stress with that video or anything. And is there any way I can help? And I ended up, you know, he seemed like he really needed some financial help. So I ended up sending him $50,000 completely.
Everyone was okay with Fear Factor, but a little social isolation is a little too much. I haven't seen a lot of Fear Factor. Maybe I would take issue with it as a show, but to my knowledge, Fear Factor was mostly like you put your hand in goopy stuff and there's a weird spider in it, but it's not like you could easily die or suffer serious mental harm from this challenge. Like if you see a spider once and you're scared by spiders, you know, you have arachnophobia, you see a spider once, it's not going to kill you. It's not going to potentially do long-term harm to you. I don't think. I worry Mr. Lease is leading the interview so far.
Off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh, wow. You took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff you said? Yeah, this money, is this $50,000? Well, first of all, you're going to tax it. So let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's to me that one's interesting because it's just a sort of a voluntary challenge and it's difficult to it's a very YouTube thing, right? It's a very YouTube thing. And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah.
Right? To compare it, like
yeah.
that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can move on from that, to be honest. There was litigation found against you surrounding Beast Games, your show on Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions and a bunch.
How's the money taxed when he sends it to you directly? Well, okay. Just because they send it to him directly doesn't mean he doesn't have to pay taxes on it. Like, he's being paid for work he did, which is income, which means it will be taxed. Mr. Beast is not the one paying the tax, but if it's, you know, accumulated as personal income, you have to pay tax on it, right? That's not how it works. If someone just sends me $100,000 today through my YouTube channel as a donation, they send it to me directly, it doesn't not get taxed. YouTube doesn't take my taxes before I get my money. I still have to pay taxes on it, right? That's how it works, or the IRS is going to rape you.
Talk of, you know, files and videos and images and everything being sent to the documentaries and all this shit coming out in regard to the Beast Game show on Amazon. Yeah. What is the litigation that found
against you? You know how litigation is. Obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little. There's a lot of things I want to say here, so this is good. Trying to think specifically on the lawsuit that. So for context that people have, 5 anonymous Beast Game employees.
Yes.
Or not employees, 5 anonymous Beast Game contestants.
Talk about it.
Lawsuit. And they sent it to the press, but conveniently all the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines. But, Beast Games, we had 1,000 people. We were doing big stuff. And just like with my normal videos, I'm not trying to say, everything went great. One thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is, you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly, God hates me, during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're eliminating hundreds of people and trying to get them home, airports all across America are down, hotel room keys aren't working, and that created a lot of confusion and that caused a lot of problems.
For those who don't know, I believe CrowdStrike is a supportive data software and processing company that does upkeep for a lot of big airlines like Delta and shit like that, right? And that the CrowdStrike thing did happen at the time of this happening. And so CrowdStrike being down means airlines go down, banks go down, a lot of different stuff, is not able to operate without them. And so as a result, there can be a lot of complications from that. That's what he's talking about here.
In our systems and
CrowdStrike's corporal antivirus. Is it? Is that what it is? Hold on. I don't want to talk in my ass here because I remember researching it, but I just don't remember what it is. CrowdStrike news. CrowdStrike outage. Is it basic network solutions? What is it? What does CrowdStrike do? Okay, so you were right. They offer a unified platform to protect against cyber attacks and malware. Endpoint detection and response, cloud-delivered endpoint protection, prevention technologies, 24/7 threat hunting service. Yeah, they're a very big company that's used by a lot of other big companies, right? So that Delta themselves don't have to do cybersecurity in that end. I hope the interview is meeting expectations so far. It seems stressful for Oombaville and Beast to have done. It's pretty good so far. I'm curious what his response is going to be here because it seems like is it directly his fault that these directly as in he makes a decision that A to B he causes these contestants to have to go to the Wall Street Journal to complain about shit that happened and then sue him? No, probably not. But it could still be a massive failure by his part in terms of who he's hiring and stuff like that, right?
That was pretty brutal, and they're so I'm not trying to just disavow everything, you know what I mean? There was.
I made my boyfriend watch your newest Turkey Tom video. He thinks I'm weird now. Turkey Tom scaring the host since 2017. That's my whole shit, or 2015, whatever I made my channel. December 2015, I think I made it.
One woman who we had when we were filming, we had obviously tons of feminine care products and stuff like that. But there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones like tampons and pads. And she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to the local Walmart and buy some and give it to her. And so she wasn't able to get, feminine care products in a reasonable amount of time, which is unacceptable. And so I learned a lot of little things like that, but I think in general, a lot of it has just been blown out of proportion. People have claimed we didn't use unions because I didn't want to pay people fair money when that was just a flat out lie. We did use unions. And
document unions we're going to look for. We actually used 2 unions for Beast Games, Nabbit and DGC. So this is just an article about the existence of the union. If he's saying it, he knows he can be cross-referenced so easily. I would assume that he is using a union, but what I would want to see is proof that these companies have a contractual relationship with Beast Games or Amazon or stuff like that, right? That's what I would want to see. Rather than just that these unions exist.
And that there are dozens of broken bones, and which is crazy to think that I'd be 10 people broke their bones, let's keep filming, you know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense. After that claim came out, we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000. I couldn't find a single broken bone. Yeah, online it's being claimed there's dozens. There's so much or even disinformation.
What about people having their medications not handed out on time? That'd be something I'd be curious about. People with one guy said he had insulin, or he had a diabetes and was not given his insulin, or people with dietary restrictions not being given their food, or the food not being good enough, shit like that, right? Poor sleeping conditions. That one guy that was there who ended up having a big rap sheet that was a part of the video. I'd like to know how all that went.
That being spread. So which makes it hard for me to just come out and talk about things like the pad thing and other things where, we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. But then there's just it's mixed in with all these crazy outrageous claims, and it's just so.
What about you not paying people?
We did. But yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up and then a second later leave. And
there's information in regard to this provided MrBeast. Okay. Leaving immediately. Payment for the 1,000 surgeries. 100 wells. Audits of Beast Philanthropy. Use a union. People leaving immediately when learning they get paid. Yes, happens all the time. Here's my girlfriend Thea talking about it. Proof of people leaving immediately after arriving at challenges when learning they get paid regardless of participation.
And a lot of people came, got their COVID tests, and they tested positive. And the girls somehow ended up with way too little contestants. So I got a call randomly.
Is this not timestamped properly? I'm not seeing where the source is for this. Am I just missing it? This is just her interview of her talking about it. I feel like you need a little more than that. No? I feel like I would like to see more. I'm not really seeing the proof here. I could be just missing it. We have proof of the union being used. Well, proof that the unions exist, which I assume if you contact them, they'd probably confirm what he said. But I really would like to see proof they were just paid for that. I'm not really seeing that. Maybe this is timestamped improperly. I'm not really sure.
From the studio, and they're like, we need a female. I'm like, well, I am a
yeah, not really seeing that.
And received $2,000, which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they were going to get $0. This is something like, this is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone, no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. Like, you could walk away with $0. But then I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which it's a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not like the contestants, but the internet and, their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. Like I gave them all $2,000 to like make them happy because we didn't tell them beforehand, like to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people are like, you just did that because of hush money. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, I also didn't give them like legal paperwork tied with it. Like, that says it was just like completely baseless. It just shows like how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories and everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000. And on top of that, we gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, on top of millions upon millions upon. Like, throughout the show, we literally give away like 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's like,
I mean, for this, we'll just have to see how the lawsuit shakes out, I guess. In my videos, I was very careful to be like, I don't know what happened here. It's very concerning that all these people are making different claims and going to, different outlets and reporting it. And now there's a lawsuit. All that looks really bad. But ultimately, we'll have to see how the lawsuit goes and if there's any merit to the slighted contestants' claims, right? We'll have to see that.
I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize. So it's like, it's just, once again, it's like funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even in the same stratosphere.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. How do you feel after all this stuff? This is the first time you've been able to really speak in a broad, sweeping way about all the allegations and everything negative that's happened over the last couple months. Yeah. What do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times. I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. The thing is, I've just never been in a controversy like this before. So I just, this isn't even a controversy. This is like 100 controversies.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah. So I truthfully, I just was just ignorant on how to handle these kinds of things. And so it's been a good learning experience for me. I definitely realized like me just sitting on a couch, addressing a camera on serious things, like just not my style. I put a lot of time into like trying to figure out how to, not just be weird. I like this more like conversation.
No Chris? You didn't really talk about Chris. We didn't go in depth on Chris, did we? Am I schizophrenic? We didn't go in depth on Chris at all, did we? I don't think so.
Where you can also ask follow-up questions and it feels a little more real, you know what I mean? And like, it's just, so in the future, I'll probably like, if there.
I don't think legally he can. Why not? Why wouldn't he be able to talk about it legally? He fired Chris, it's over. I mean, we can still talk about it though, no?
Stuff like this, I'll probably just do something like this, you know what I mean? Or not. I don't know. If people throw out a much more baseless claim,
talks about it at the end. Okay.
Where every time I have to come on here, so give or take. But yeah, honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's really important to note as well. People are gonna be like, well, he's media trained, he's got a PR team, he's a genius, he's gonna walk circles around you, he's gonna manipulate you, he's the Antichrist, he's the fucking devil horns guy. But like, you know, I'm asking questions that my team and I wrote based on.
So we're a phone call at the end. Okay, gotcha.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, I can tell. Yeah.
I was, but yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have.
Yeah.
So I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to give off this impression. You can't criticize me. So I've done this, like this thing here, and we're addressing a lot of things.
Quit yapping.
I've never been from the vision to become aware of mistakes. I mean, and that's never did anything wrong.
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message for critics be?
I think honestly what I just said there. I mean,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then your people who you know still, I guess there's not really a reason, they don't know about any of this stuff. So your fans, they don't really care.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to see what they think of this.
Talk about my girl.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we hit everything. I mean, you hit the Delaware thing because I saw that a lot, and yeah, I feel pretty good about it. There's nothing where I'm like, oh, we didn't hit this. Like, I think this should give people the answers they're looking for, and I feel better doing it.
Even the soggy stuff today, I mean, that's about as fresh as it gets.
Yeah,
in terms of.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw. Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm gonna show them episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an inappropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty Mr. Beast build.
Mr. Bass.
That last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things, specifically Ava Shadman and some more of the crypto allegations. Here is that footage. We'll talk a little.
I'm literally gonna come. So I've been edging for fucking 3 hours watching this. I'm ready. Oh my god, I'm gonna come. Please be good. Let's go.
A little bit about Ava Tyson and specifically the Shadman stuff. I know we talked about the third-party investigation, which found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in? Did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman and Ava Tyson and you?
Yeah, no, that's actually a good follow-up question. So this is what it was like. I don't remember 7, 8 years ago. Back then, I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I'm just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And one day, Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made it. You know, I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything. And yeah, I mean,
won't say lolly. I'm under the impression the specific poster was not lolly. Am I wrong there? I'm under the impression that the specific poster was not a lolly drawing.
To be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character that was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now is a very weird thing.
Was it? I honestly don't know. It's hard to tell with the anime shit sometimes. It's definitely a Shadman drawing though. It looks so Shad-esque.
I'm not really sure why she bought it. To be frank.
Take 9. Stop spamming. Jesus Christ. I know you just want to spam, but okay. You're banned forever. Thank you for spamming the same fucking thing 10 times. Just say it once. I can see it if you say it once.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give more details. I mean, this was so long ago. Obviously, I don't know the like exact thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster, but I also think, like, you know, I had like Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, you know, I never like reversed image search and Googled, oh, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall or whatever. I don't, you know, I don't. Your first instinct when you just see a poster is not to just go, "Who made that?" and deep dive them. So
are they a pedophile?
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I agree. It's her buying it is very weird, and I obviously, if I had known what I know now, I would have been like, "What the actual fuck."
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little bit on Twitter and shit, but I didn't know, total ignorance there. So, okay. And that's just one that's important, you know, people, cause that's fun.
The thing I would push back on this with is, do I think that Jimmy knew that Ava was a file or thought that Ava was a file? No. But within those, the one thing that was interesting about those leaks from the Rosanna thing, which frankly is interesting, is the fact that Jimmy sent that anime and was like, oh, this is Chris's thing, right? That anime. And the implication there about Jimmy joking about that was the idea that the anime was about some kind of little girl type thing. Now, a lot of people have contested about what the anime actually was and said, no, it's not. It's some weird thing. It's, you know, not really a relationship in the anime, and that's fair. But it seems to be that the joke Jimmy was making was that Ava would be into it because of the, you know, sort of older person, younger person relationship, right? There seemed to be a joke there. And Ava was known to joke about pedophilia a lot. So I don't know that I totally buy this explanation. I feel like there's more to this. It's like, do I know that Jimmy knew the Shadman thing was lolly? Maybe not. But that combined with the DM thing and like the fact that Ava joked about it so much in DMs. And then we have that other guy that went on the H3 channel for an interview. And he talked about how it was a constant joke in the office that Ava would talk about lolly. Like all these things being put together makes me think like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I totally buy that.
Fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And you know, people do care. It's like you've got art and you were saying you didn't know. That's yeah, it's disgusting. Fucking Shadman is a freak. So okay, you said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you...
Is it possible he thought they were jokes? Yeah. I don't think he necessarily knew that Ava was going to have inappropriate interactions in that Discord server. But the fact that it was such a joke that Ava would joke about Lolicon all the time makes me think that maybe he did know more about that poster than was being let on, you know?
You DM some commentary guys or some YouTubers like evidence of like the Delaware stuff, basically context. And I just wanted to know, so you did reach out to me. We talked a little bit in the very beginning. You know, it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But it was very short, and like I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information when I was the biggest channel platforming Dogpack. I think that, you know, I would have taken it under as my responsibility to I hope people, you know, would believe that I want to do what's truthful and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like shit on MrBeast for the sake of shitting on MrBeast. I just wanted to know why early on you didn't provide me I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? You know, I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
That's actually a great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos and I told you and explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time because I think I literally called you right after you posted. Yeah. But I did tell you a lot of things weren't true and, you know, explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any cold hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because, you know, you did speak with him and it did seem like, you know, you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just, you know, because I would have appreciated is all I'm saying, because like you know, in the very beginning, I did genuinely believe that, you know, I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just I think it's a lot of you know, a lot of this mistake.
Yeah, I think in my head is I just called you, was like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true. And then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence. And then, you know, at the time, that's where it's just like, this is all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was. Yeah. Maybe back then was like when I was working on my response video or whatever. But agreed. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. Like I didn't send you like, oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it. Right. Yeah. So
because I mean,
I probably should have.
No, you know, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just, you know, this whole thing is really crazy, and it seems like it's gone so far just because you tried to do what was right, which is have a third party investigation, and like a lot of this stuff is just because the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way. It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right.
Overall, I think this was a pretty good interview so far. I still would have liked to see more pushback on the Shadman Lolly stuff. Maybe, he wouldn't have gotten anything out of it if it would have pushed a little more, but I would have liked to see a little bit more pushback and questioning as to that, because it's not just the Shadman art, it's also the Discord server, which I'm willing to believe that Jimmy wasn't, knowledgeable of what was going on in that Discord server because he wasn't really active in it very much. But I would still like to see some kind of pushback or questioning about that, even if the response from Jimmy is going to be, "Oh, I didn't know," right? I still like to see more pushback on that. The interview is good because it got a lot of information that we didn't necessarily have before, and it clarified a lot of things. But at the same time, there are still questions that I have that are not totally answered here to me.
But also suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information.
Do you plan on interviewing him? If he offered, I would 1000% do it. I don't know that he would do it though.
I guess in the future, hopefully this, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated. And like everything else that is important is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you've got evidence, show me or somebody, or just like a Google Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA or anything like that. I've consistently mentioned that because I think it's really important. And I feel like there is a level of transparency you're operating with, which I respect. And, I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that, that's sort of the approach, which is tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not, there's only one MrBeast. So, but yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you feel like I was manipulated, and I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You are MrBeast, so it's tough to say, not to say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more.
Genuine question. Do you think Dogpack used and manipulated Rosanna to push his narrative? No, and I don't really like that idea because this was said in the Soggy Cereals video. Soggy Cereals was like, oh, well, Jake Weddle is a victim of his manipulation and Rosanna is a victim of Dogpack's manipulation. But like, Jake Weddle's an adult man. He's like in his mid-20s. He can make his own decisions. Rosanna is nearly fucking 40 years old. She's like 37, 38. She can make her own decisions. She's not manipulated. She's the most willfully manipulated person ever, if you want to say that. She likes it. She is comfortable running with misinformation.
But once again, it's a bigger problem, I feel like, that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out. And hopefully how transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday. He's awesome. I think he does really good work on YouTube, and he holds people accountable. And it's just impressive. He does actual real investigatory work. Like, he's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience like most of like me and a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it, yes, not a friend.
Right. Okay, a fund, okay. On a podcast with Logan Paul about CryptoPunks, you talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks, but then later decided to roll the money into VFriends. And this is all like video, obviously. And this trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, you know, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punks or VFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yes, I did say that in the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons like I've been saying. I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary Vee, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said crypto punks are the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy, but, you know, the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary Vee seemed very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, you know, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally.
Okay.
Like I've said, I don't have access to that wallet. So, I mean, in other transparency, like that's kind of high level how it went. But, you know, if he was like, oh, this is a shit investment, then he wouldn't have bought them. So he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things.
Okay. But you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang Fund.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just told him like, hey, Gary, like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they were cool. Look into it. I mean, so at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know.
Okay. So he does have some involvement in the trading, clearly. He did recommend that a trade be made or that some punks be looked into. Did he necessarily know that it was going to be a pump and dump? Maybe not. But he did know that Gary Vee was recommending it. He did seemingly recommend that the fund go in that direction with those, you know, different funds that were then pumped and dumped. So access to wallet, benefiting from wallet and framing the purchase. Yeah, it's not even just framing the purchase, though. It's like recommending the purchase. It's like referencing the purchases on Twitter in accordance with around the same time that they're happening. Like this isn't a totally like, because before he was like, oh, well, I don't manage it. Now he's like, oh yeah, well I do, you know, kind of have some involvement in it. I mean, I did, you know, have a call with Gary Vee, and you know, and then he just kind of ends it with like, oh, I don't know. It's like, maybe grasping a little bit.
I don't know which punks to buy or which ones we should buy if it's a good investment. Like that's why I put the money in a fund and had professionals managing it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet, the super coin tweet. For context, on May 12th, 2021, you, MrBeast, tweeted in response to it was a Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during DeFi Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying super question mark with a crazy emoji. So why did you not?
Because he's talking about the specific trade in reference to the fund, and he's saying, I don't have any involvement. I don't push the button. Well,
disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about. Super question mark. Yeah, we'll start there.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I did tweet it out, and I think a lot of people, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweeted out, go buy super. Yeah, the fund did hold some super.
I have not seen anyone say that. I didn't tweet it out. Okay, you replied to a tweet about it. Okay. Pedantic, fucking pedantic answer.
And I just saw that was the owner of Super, the guy who made the coin, and I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied Super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy Super or anything. I just replied.
But why would you reply Super if you didn't know about the coin or if you didn't have involvement with the fund, Jimmy?
Super. And I know the next thing where people are going to go, but this was a planned, coordinated thing. It wasn't. It's not like I'm on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund going, hey, I'm about to reply Super to this tweet. Like, I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super, and like I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet.
I'm not even concerned with if anyone else bought it because of your tweet, though. I'm more concerned with if you had involvement in the fund.
I mean, just to be honest. So I didn't think too much of it. Obviously, though, in hindsight, I mean, I could see how people might think that is a weird look optically, and so like I wouldn't do it. But
I feel like optically, it's not even the concern. The concern is like what your involvement was with the fund and recommending. Like it lines up at the same time period, right? Like it's not like this is just a random thing, you know. It's not like this is just like, oh, it happened. Like, oh, I slipped on a banana peel.
But I mean, I really don't think it's that malicious. Like if I just flat out tweeted, I think super is the next big thing. Go buy it. Super. Like I think this is a different conversation. That's the
Obfuscating
kind of stuff actual people do. You know what I mean? And like
scammers.
So I just don't. Yeah. So it was just interesting too because Coffee never said I was a scammer in his video. Yet you know there's so many comments on it. Just 'cause, you know, a lot of people just want to drive. You know, whatever. People who don't like me, like he said in the video, are not going to like me, and they're going to run with it. People who do like me are going to be like, oh, it was managed by a fund, and Jimmy has answers for everything, which, I mean, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean?
But you're recommending the stuff. You're talking to Gary Vee about the NFTs, which the fund then buys. You're responding on Twitter about the specific coins that were bought.
Had other people managing it. So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and, I guess if I could go back in time, I'd just not reply. I mean, I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now, I mean, obviously, with because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years, so you could consider that a mistake at this point. Like,
yeah, they also use his brand for the for one of the coins as well. Yeah, for sure.
That's definitely
And another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that sell $100,000 a day. So it actually dramatically pumps it and blah, blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's a legit project that's massive. Like that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people are missing. Like if anything, buying Super, actually I'm not even going to say that. I was going to, would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there and it seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure, we still hold Super to this day. Yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. I mean, nothing malicious there. Just replied to a tweet.
Yeah. I think. I mean, we have a lot of evidence of people genuinely scamming, and it doesn't seem along the same vein to be real. But it is important to ask about and important to get total.
I mean, I agree that it probably wasn't like an intentional thing where he was like, let's get involved in these specific funds that I think are pump and dumps. Like, I could believe that. But the idea that he has nothing to do with the fund is just not really true to me. In my estimation, please don't sue me. Going to sleep. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you for the 2, Annika.
Clarity about, because you do have a lot of influence. And regardless of what you say, whether or not you say, oh, I'm sure nobody bought it, like maybe somebody did, who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even if they did buy it, the coin, I mean, it's a 100th biggest coin, and it seems to be doing really well. So,
yeah, I think the problem would be that
yeah, but a bunch of them were pump and dumped, right? Like that one particular one maybe is doing well, but that's not the only coin.
The obviously that you have it, that you would benefit off.
I gotcha. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So now, I'm assuming your answer to this will be that you just didn't think it was important, but why would you not mention that your fund, Wu-Tang, had been selling and continued to sell Super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet for clarity?
Yeah, so again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. I mean, if you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I mean, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior or then months after. It looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's literally no correlation to my just little response to a tweet and what the fund was doing. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same answer as before. I just replied to a tweet. Clearly, it wasn't a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And
that's not clear to me. That's not clear to me.
And the final one, this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So I mean, maybe you would want to reconvene with.
Tom, are you gonna make some shorter, more condensed video response to this interview? I'd like to watch the original interview in this video, but since you don't have the free time, yes, I will. Absolutely. It'll probably be out within 24 hours on the Tom Dark channel. So yes, we will be doing that. And my reaction to this will also be posted on the live channel. Yes.
With like receipts or evidence or whatever, but it's the crypto charity stuff, Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
the charity
yeah,
coin.
I mean, that one, Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like, a day, I believe. And that was it. And then, yeah, it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later, a little bit of Eternity. It was not, combined or planned or premeditated in any way. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared.
Yeah, I mean, on this specific point, Coffeezilla basically talked about this, how the charity thing probably wasn't explicitly malicious, but it obviously looks bad when the charity coin flops, right?
So it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the full story. There's nothing nefarious there.
yeah, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes. The fund did 27 days later. Yes. After
Right.
the NFT sold.
Okay. Yeah, that seems, I mean, it seems like a lot. I don't know what the market cap was. But yeah, I mean, I just, for this one, I feel like this is a valid criticism. And this doesn't make you like an evil scammer or anything, I don't believe. But you know, it's like this kind of stuff, transparency in regard to this kind of stuff, it's just super, super, super important. And you are the charity guy too. I mean, like if anybody, and like we complain, so we talked a lot about the philanthropy stuff and how, you know, CGI has gotten you in trouble and had a net negative in your charitable doings. I feel like this is one where the criticism is valid in regard to charity. And like, you know, it is a good example of philanthropy stuff that probably should have just been done differently. But at the same time, 2021 is like a huge area of gray for influencers with crypto access. And like, it's just, I don't know, it seems like a game that if you're a big influencer in 2021 or 2020 and you got into crypto at some point, you probably made some kind of mistake at some point. Yeah, I mean, it seems...
Beast never mentions fund size or number of investors, which is very suspicious. To be clear, he could clear his name instantly by saying his investment was X% of the fund if that was the case. That's a good point.
It seems like a big problem to me, you being the charity guy. And this is, once again, to give you the benefit of the doubt with all the philanthropy stuff that we spoke about last night. I think all that stuff is huge and massive. But as the charity guy, if your fund is privately making like millions of dollars during a charity drop that your name is attached to, like even if
so again, that I would say is not fully correct. So the charity drop happened. One sold, the other ones weren't selling. No one cared. So there was no selling of NFTs to raise money for charity anywhere near where the fund was selling before or after. People could technically still have bought those NFTs, but no one did because it just basically no one cared. So I just don't feel like that's a fair criticism. Like they gave Team C's some NFTs to raise money. One sold, no one cared, and then it just basically died. And then just under a month later, yeah, it looks like the fund sold some tokens, completely unrelated to all of this. So it's not like this. Where's a charity drop that was selling hundreds of NFTs a day, and in the middle of all of it, they sold some earn tokens. It's like one NFT sold, raised money. The charity, sell just basically died. It's not going up. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later, it sold. So, I mean, if anything, it looks like the people in the fund were being cognizant of it. And
I mean, the charity fund doesn't seem to be anything specifically malicious. I'm more concerned with the shitcoins specifically that were being pushed and dumped from the fund.
Pause selling and waited till long after it ended to do it. You know what I mean? So I actually disagree. I don't think anything nefarious was done there, to be honest.
Okay. Just to be clear though, you keep saying a couple coins or like you're downplaying it. It's $2 million of earned tokens. That's quite a bit. That's like a lot of money.
Of course. And obviously not all of it is mine. It's the fund, but it was also.
Did he address the fact that he was jerking it while buried alive? No, I don't think they did talk about him jerking his little beast while buried alive, which is very concerning to me.
Also known that my fund was invested in it and I was a part of the fund. So it's also not like it was hidden.
Yeah, I did just notice his name in Oompa's phone is Jimmy Beast.
That we were invested in Earn. Like that was public information.
Right. Cool. Yeah, you just, maximum transparency there. It's like if there's any other information you want to send in regard to that, I've got the DMs of from Nick Rose, the CEO of Eternity Chain, talking about that there will be a 2-month auction for charity, and that quote unquote Mr. Beast is supporting both drops. Which obviously that's not you saying that. That is this guy, but yeah, it's just something to be super transparent about.
100%, and I'm glad I could give color on these things. To be honest, so I'm glad like people now can see what I have to say on both those things, and I actually appreciate this follow up call. This is good. Like I actually feel like I mean, unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I can't. Can you think of anything?
I'm actually never doing that again.
All right. Holy fuck. Okay. Chat. We made it through the entire Mr. Beast response to the allegations. All right, we did it. All right. Holy fuck. All right. Ugh. You stretched a little bit after that one. Been sitting for too long. I did just watch it, so might have to let it simmer for a little bit before I have a totally well-rounded, thought-out opinion on it. But here's the big notes. Here's the big notes, okay? Here's the big notes from me right now. First of all, the stuff that was addressed very good. And I think probably of the interview, like 70% of the claims that I wanted to see addressed were, maybe even 80% I would say were addressed, and were actually addressed quite well. The Amazon thing, while I would like it to be a little bit more in depth, I do understand the fact that, ultimately all the claims being made about people's experiences there were unverified. Therefore, how do you disprove a negative with an ongoing lawsuit? You can't really speak about it right now. So there's that. In addition to that, I did like to see the responses on the smaller claims. I didn't really care about the CGI stuff to begin with, but I'm glad that was talked about. I'm glad that they talked about the unfairness of, certain contestants winning, like female contestants winning over male contestants, and why that happened. Also, the idea that, he only has people on his payroll already in the challenges, it being talked about how that was kind of a unintentional thing as a result of people dropping out due to COVID rather than some kind of malicious thing like Dogpack made it out to be. I'd like to see that. So there was a lot of good stuff in here. Things I didn't like as much. The Chris Tyson stuff, questioning, I feel like could have been much more in-depth, and I would have liked to see a much more in-depth conversation about that. I feel like that probably could have been a good 20-minute segment in and of itself to get to the bottom of it. The fact that Delaware knew Chris Tyson, seemingly, before he was hired, I would have liked to see that talked about as well. Also, on top of that, I think another thing I would like to see talked about a little bit more pushback on was the cryptocurrency stuff. Would have liked to see that. So overall, I think it was a pretty good interview. There's a lot of people in chat saying it was a complete Oompa glaze. I don't think that was the case, but there is stuff that I would like to see more pushback on, that I would like to see, just more clarification on that I think would be good. So yeah, ultimately it's like the majority of the really bad shit that, Beast has been accused of, I would say, through the Soggy Cereal video and through this interview, a lot of it's really been questioned and put to bed, but there are still questions I have, especially in regards to Chris Tyson, and shit like that. But I don't know if we'll ever get those answers. So yeah, that's basically, my thoughts on that, right now. I think, there might be more thoughts I have tomorrow once I've thought about it more. I'm ready to get a Tom Dark video out about it, but overall I thought it was relatively good. It was relatively good, and it did do a lot to add to the public conversation around this stuff. That's my thoughts. Big picture. Will you be addressing the Destiny butt plug allegations? The Destiny butt plug allegations. I mean, if there's some kind of butt plug situation going on, that's not totally surprising to me, I guess. I mean, he is kind of fucking gay. Let's just be real. Chonky, give the camera a bro fist. Friday with PewDiePie. You do not need that many chairs. You don't know how many chairs I need. Thank you, Summer, for the 10. Tomato Mike. Would you name as being the ground zero for all the current MrBeast drama? Sunny V2's prophetic video, Adrox's expose, or Dogpack slander? I mean, there's no one ground zero because it's such a confluence of different allegations and things being put together. So I don't think you can really name one specific ground zero. I mean, I guess if you want to say narratively, you could say it's the Chris Tyson thing happening, and that kind of like, not Sunny's video, by the way, because Sunny's video, while interesting, had nothing to do with the real Chris Tyson drama that came out later on. but maybe that was it. Did you buy that chair after sitting in Oompa's? I didn't buy it after sitting in his, but I did ask him what chair I should get, and he said that this is the one he had, and I like it. What are your thoughts on the Howarth Fern, considering your past experience with many chairs? It's overall really good. It's a good chair. I like the articulation of it. I like the fact that you can, like, for example, you can put these things up and down, which a lot of chairs do. You can rotate them, which some chairs do, in fairness. I also like this thing being able to recline. You can adjust the retention of it, so I can like make it tighter so it's not as easy to recline, make it looser so it's easier to recline. All these things are things I like. I like the fact that this part of the chair extends out. This part right here. How do I do it again? There's some way that this part of the chair, the actual seat moves in and out. Is it this? It's not that. Wait, is it that? Hold on. It goes up and down as well. This goes up and down. I like that. This one, okay, the second notch here pulls this part in and out. I like that. Overall, it's a good office chair as somebody who's been through a lot of office chairs. Yeah, been through a lot of chairs, Stay edgy, stay crypto, and stay awesome. That's a throwback. Shout out Ronald Riz, dude. Fuck. That's true. That's fucking true. I'm not Fish Tank Summer, I promise. I didn't even cross my mind, but thank you for telling me. So what was your guys' thoughts, big picture, on the interview overall? How did you feel? What were your thoughts? How are you feeling about it? It's kind of racist to have an expensive chair. Well, this chair is like $1,400, so how much more racist can I get, really? That's pretty racist, if so. You guys mostly agree with what I had to say, or was there stuff I missed? Do you think that there's shit that Jimmy said and addressed, that I said he addressed well, that he didn't actually address well? What do you think? What's our conclusion here? Big picture. I agree 80% cleared up, but still some more stuff to talk about. Yeah. His excuse for hiring a sex offender was such bullshit. I totally disagree. I think it was completely reasonable. You'll never be in the position where you have to hire someone or even think about it, so don't worry about it, though. Oompa spent way too much time explaining for MrBeast. I disagree. I mean, most of the time he asked a question, Beast responded, and then he talked about it later on, like he elaborated on that point and how he could believe it or whatever. So I kind of disagree with that. I wish he talked about Chris more. It felt so lackluster when there's a good deal of concern since Chris is such a big part of the channel. I would agree with that, like 1,000%, yes. I think the things he did address, he addressed well, but I feel like Oompa should have pushed harder on some points because Jimmy was definitely leaving out some info. Yeah, I mean, I feel like more of it was like, with the Chris Tyson thing, there could have been more stuff presented, more facts presented, or allegations presented, or like things brought up in regards to Chris that then we could have gotten some kind of pushback on, or some kind of non-response. Like maybe Jimmy would have said, I don't know, but at least it would have been asked, you know? At least it would have been asked. Thing I'm curious about is if Dogpack will push back on all of this, because surely he can't stay quiet. He could stay quiet. If he thinks he might get sued, he might, but I guess we'll see. Should have brought the Discord messages? Yeah, I agree. To talk about what happened in that server. Because the thing is, I off rip, I kind of don't believe that Jimmy knew everything that was going on in that server, considering he barely messaged in there at all. But like, I would still like to have some kind of real response. You know what I mean? I didn't like how they left out the evidence for them ping people for just showing up. Like how the evidence in the Google Doc was just a link to Jimmy's GF talking about it in a podcast. Yeah, I agree with that. Although that wasn't the biggest concern for me, but I would have liked to see that for sure. If Dogpack was legit, he would have maybe tried harder. He made it easy for Beast on purpose. I don't think he tried it on purpose, but yeah. Yeah, comment censorship would have been interesting as well if that had been talked about. Because it seemed like comments were being censored that talked about the drama in the comment section. So that's one thing in the comments to notice here. Should address LaQuia Hill. Oh, fuck, how did I forget? Yeah, LaQuia Hill. I mean, James Warren, frankly, I would have liked to see that addressed, even though it was seemingly a big false allegation about James. Would have liked to see that, LaQuia Hill. I would have really liked to see both of those things talked about quite a bit. I'm going to make notes here. Stuff I wish was addressed. LaQuia Hill, James Warren. Comment section censorship. The comment section censorship, I'll give leeway because it's such a small point and ultimately not as important as the initial claims. Stuff I wish was pushed harder on. Chris Tyson. Crypto stuff. Yeah. Would you interview him given a chance? Yeah, of course. Might be awkward, but yeah. I'd wear a shirt with a big picture of Chris Tyson so I wouldn't forget it. A big picture of Chris Tyson trading Bitcoin. That's what I would do. That's what I would want to see personally. Can you please give your whole take right now on the whole vid plus not important? Thanks for the 20. Thank you. I think the problem is there's so much stuff. It's hard to keep track and remember it. Yeah, I mean, I have sympathy for that for sure. But at the same time, it is the interview, you know? It was pretty good. We should address the raccoon was a paid actor. Yeah, that would have been good for sure.